Hello, besties. Hello, besties.
Hi.
Why are you making that sound? Why?
Hello?
Why is that?
We've already raised $320. That's why. That's why, Jude. I'm making noises.
Anyway, hi, hello, welcome back to Death2Divinity, the first all-fat, all-queer D&D 5e actual play show and podcast. Why does everyone already look defeated? Listen, besties, we've had
You
a
all
week.
are the ones who sat around right before we went live and said, wow, I hope that if we have combat today that we'll be okay. You all didn't even hype yourselves up. You weren't even like, if we got combat, we got this. You all were like looking at your notes like, okay, so if we have combat today, then what we're...
has disadvantage on death saving throws. So like,
Yeah, let's.
we don't have a bard, besties. We don't have anybody giving us inspo.
I have guidance.
Yeah.
I have guidance.
I know.
And I have resistance,
Yeah,
you.
so there.
which are both cantrips. So, anyway, hi friends, welcome back. Really quick before we jump into all of the festivities, thank you so much for being here. Yay! If you haven't RT'd the going live tweet, mods, if one of you could grab it and just drop it in chat periodically, I would appreciate it. Retweeting that going live tweet is a free and easy way to support the show. If you haven't hosted the stream, that is also a free and easy way to support the show. Now, besties, you all know that we here at Death2Divinity love chaos. The Chaos Bar is our trusted and very fun mechanic here at Death2Divinity. This week, we are forgoing our Pally GG link and instead raising money for Hurricane Ida relief through Project Hope. So if you want to contribute to the Chaos Bar this week, do !donate in chat instead of our other command to get to the Tiltify link. Y'all have already unlocked one round of chaos, have one round from last week, so we are already up to 2 encounters of chaos this week. Let's see if we can get a third. I will also say this. The bar will increase every time you hit it. Do with that information what you will. I don't know.
You assume my capacity for chaos increases
No.
each time?
No, you don't have to do them all today. I'm just telling chat.
No, because a promise is a promise. I am
I'm
like
not-
the flux. If we say chaos at every 250, you're the one who gets chaos at 250, and you may not shoot the messenger. If they go wild, I will follow them into the dark.
Yeah, like you did last week. At this point, I don't know anymore.
But you're the one who just said 250 gets another. So if we get there and your 7 chaos is in and you're crying, I'm not gonna feel bad.
So much has happened. You know, I'm desensitized. I think I need the chaos meter. I need the chaos brought up to feel something again.
Yeah,
That's the thing is like, you're gonna go to like other D&D tables now, and you're gonna be like, why do I keep flinching every 45 minutes? And the other DMs are gonna be like, are you okay? And you're like, and this is the plot, right? Nothing is changing.
Just
Like,
as a side
yes.
note, my other DM is a D2D fan who is learning from Katie May, and I live in fear all the time.
All the time,
That's
constantly.
how I prefer my players to live.
I'm used to this by now.
Listen, we're
I
giving
need
you
that
a
chaos
gift.
hit.
I don't know what you want.
All gifts can be burdens if they're blades you must carry. Now, I cannot wait to dive in. We do have some chaos to deal with. However, Time Papa, I will ask you to pull your little clock to you. We should get you like a fun
Oh
little
wait,
hourglass.
we
is what
should introduce
do.
ourselves first, and then do.
I'm not a person, but if you want to introduce yourselves as people because you feel capable of that, I invite you. I, however, am no longer a person.
Chat, do you want introductions? Y'all know who we are. I don't know if we have to introduce ourselves. It's episode 7. If you're here, you know who we are.
You have to put your introduction into the 15 seconds of the recap. That's all.
No!
Oh my goodness.
Describe ourselves as concepts.
My God.
I am the feeling of deja vu.
Real concept. Yep, I like that. I am Jughead Season 3 Riverdale.
Oh my
I am-
god.
You really are, though. Understood.
For those of you who come hang out during MBD, there's a lot of MBD energy in the studio today, so have fun with that. I am going to go around and make us all introduce ourselves, though, because that is what we should be doing. So I'm going to go first because this is my channel, and then we'll go around. Hi, hello, it's me, your local chaotic bisexual. My pronouns are they, them. I am a variety broadcaster and TTRPG performer and producer. I play Adriel Holotide, who is an Asmar Twilight cleric, who hopes that no one goes to 0 today if we do have combat. That's all. All right, Sam.
Hi, hello. My name is Sam. My pronouns are she, they. I am playing Brian, whose pronouns is she, her. And if Brian goes to 0 today, it might be a big fucking problem. So we'll see what happens.
Perfect. Lyrica.
Hi, my name's Lyrica. My pronouns are she, they. And I play Current, who is a Hurricane Genasi druid whose pronouns are also she, they. And I hope that I get to walk away with a new pair of shoes today unscathed.
We will see.
Mostly.
Also, besties, everyone make sure that you are unmuted in the Google Meet. Molly.
Hello, I'm Molly. I am playing Gideon Osmond, the wild magic sorcerer tiefling, who's got a lot going on. Both of our pronouns are she, they. Not quite getting a divorce cake, but I am thankful for the cake I am getting.
Perfect. Kita.
Hi, my name is Kita. I also play brain short circuited for a second. I play Winona. Both of our pronouns are she, her. And Winona is a half elf, barbarian. And yay.
Cam.
Yay.
Hi, I'm Katie May. I don't need a funeral cake because I am one. I am your dungeon master for the evening. I use they, she pronouns. And your arbiter of chaos. I've got you tonight, chat. You decide what kind of evening you would like to have, and it is that evening we shall have. I am excited to bring you all back into the world of Ackerman here in Terrapine in the wilds, but I think you must give me a tribute first in the form of trials and recaps.
Who won last week?
Me.
Who goes
Oh,
first?
congrats, bestie.
Who goes first?
Mm-hmm.
Lyrica.
Smart choice. Smart choice. I'm gonna start doing it like Family Feud. All right, Lyrica, I'm gonna put 15 seconds on the clock for you. You're gonna have 15 seconds to tell me what happened last week. Then of course, we're gonna leave it up to chat. They're gonna vote. The winner gets inspiration for our first full session in the wilds. Buckle up, kiddos. 15 seconds for your right for inspiration in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, scary bird, bang bang, fell from the sky. Lots of scary smoke. Went into Gideon, and then got out of Gideon. Went into Julian. Julian decides when we touch down, I'm gonna go to the woods. We go the wilds. We go into Terrapine, and we get some cake and some shoes.
Out, you're out. Lyrica, who's going next?
Sam.
Sam's going next. 15 seconds on the clock.
Okay,
Recap
let's go.
in 3, 2, 1, go.
Big Bird, fake hearse lands on Gideon, then it lands on Julian after Adriel and Brian bully him. He goes into the wilds, which is a very bad mistake. Current made a deal with a fae, and Winona's the only smart one. Adriel also has a brain cell.
Nice. Great work. Who's going
Very
next?
Adriel.
Jude's going next. Jude, 15 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hold on. I have to restart because I was doing production stuff. And I got flustered. So,
All right, this is your one mulligan
Yeah,
for the
I'm
whole
ready.
season. That's your one
No,
Brennan Lee
that's
mulligan.
fine. That's
3,
fine.
2, 1, go.
so Scary Bird, it falls. Curse goes into Gideon. Then it goes into Julian. And then Julian goes into Wilds. Then we go into Terrapine. Brian's dad is on a wanted poster. Also, Lyrica made a deal with the Fae. And also, we're getting a adventure in cake.
Nice. Done. All right, who's going next?
Molly.
All right, Molly, time daddy themselves. 15 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go.
Gideon and Misha fight, then a curse goes into Misha. The Ilya dynasty, they can see through their eyes. They go to the forest so that they don't compromise us. We get a fun cake. Kurt makes a deal with a fae. They're meeting up later this night to get shoes. Brian's dad is a criminal. What? And we're gonna stay at an inn, hopefully.
And stop. Beautiful work, Kita. That means you are left to blow them all away. 15 seconds on the clock. Your time starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Big Bird dead, double curse, Julian in the wild, Terrapine, cake, Genasi deals, what? Okay.
Oh, that's it. That's your time.
Incredible work.
Incredible. Honestly, incredible.
Oh, wow. So, while chat votes, does someone want to give me a recap of the last chaos of the
Yes.
night last week for advantage on their first roll?
I can do it.
right, do
So
take it.
the final chaos last episode was a 3-pronged chaos. So number 1, Brian's dad is on a wanted poster. We don't know for what. Chaos number 2 is that a stranger goes up to Gideon and grabs her and goes, Nakia, I have info on Gemma. And then number 3 was that Winona is the only person who's seen this, but Key and her party has entered the tourist thing in Terrapine.
Correct. The Terrapine Tourism Terrace. For those of you who are looking for the full name of that, it's the Terrapine Tourism Terrace. You are heading into the Terrapine Guild Embassies, which is this like really big marketplace. But there is, so I will tell you where you are as we wait to see what chat has left for you. So the Guild Embassies section is inside the head of the Tortoise of Terrapine. So it's a bit more compact, and there's a lot of like stairs and layers to it, and there's marketers on each stair as you go like up, right? They're selling different things to you. It's very like cramped. You see a lot of business people, a lot of merchants, a lot of adventurers are bustling past, right? This is like one of the only places in Ackerman, if you are like a mortal, where you can was that like, okay, so Winona, you've won. No, chat. I don't know what the process was behind this vote. With almost 69%. I don't mean to kill your win, Winona.
Are y'all okay?
But go.
Are y'all
go ahead
okay?
and take it. You can give it if you need to, because what you do with that inspiration is now entirely up to you. Chat, we need to talk about we need to talk about how we reward our players, because if you start voting for them for like the person who does the worst each week in like 3 weeks, that like 2 minutes of airtime is not going to be fun for you. You're going to have a bad time, and you're not going to remember what happened on the show anymore. Chat. Okay, I understand that this is a Winona Stan chat, but it's also a me Stan chat, so can we fix this?
Why did you have to drag her that hard? Oh my
I
god!
fucking voted for
I
Kita.
was like, damn.
I also voted for Kita. We support
Listen,
it.
I think we all know.
Good. You know what? I know where I stand, and that is okay.
You dragged her so hard!
We can all agree here that the sheer panic is what got that W. So I, you know what? We'll stop fighting. Well, there's other fighting to be had today.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. This is the one place I do not have power in this realm. I apologize deeply, and I will remember this for later, chat. Now, we are in my sweet heroes. I've missed you. Oh boy, it's been a whole week, and I'm excited to bring you now back to, as I was saying, and I know, chat, you're thinking, wait, I thought you said we were going to talk about Misha at the top. Oops. We'll get there later. Now, I want to visit you all in the literal head of Terrapine, right? This carved out tortoise head creating these buildings that are built on top of each other. You can kind of tell that almost like a clock, like the round diameter of the head itself has been like split in 5 perfect portions for each guild, with some sort of bigger plaza in the middle. Now, as you all approach, I should put your tokens on the page so you can tell me where you're going when. So let me grab your tokens and I will bring everyone over to this page. Any last words?
No, as always, I love you.
I love you. Say it back.
Say it back.
Love you.
Love you.
I love you. I love you.
Thank you.
It's hard to be mean to you when you make me say I love you right before I DM.
I was editing. I have to tell chat this. I was editing episode 5 of the podcast yesterday, and there is a 2-minute bit where we are arguing back and forth about KM saying "I love you," say it back, and I left the entirety of it in there. So.
Oh, good. It stayed in the cut. Didn't even make the cutting room floor. Love that.
It's too good. It's too good.
Perfect. Okay, so okay. With no other things to be said, I would like to pick up here on Brine. So we are, we are in this marketplace. It is crowded, first and foremost. It's also becoming sunset. So the light that is sort of pouring in through any of those like gaps in the head, they are quickly fading, and the only thing that is becoming lit are the torches and stuff that are around Terrapine, as this soft orange glow takes over the city greater. Tell me what Brian's first few moments are as they like pull the wanted poster off of this guild board.
I think she reaches up and tears it down. I actually wanted to ask, is there a guild? The word I'm looking for is not symbol. Sigil? Is that the word I'm looking for? On this poster?
Yeah,
so from a
so
specific place.
Yeah, so this is actually each guild that is sort of like backing it does have their crest seal on it.
Okay.
You notice that this crest seal, so each seal also has like a monetary value. So if like a Zubafax is sealed in like gold wax, that means it's going to be like a 600 gold bounty, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
You can see that each 5 of these guilds have a platinum seal on it. So it is backed by all 5 guilds, and all 5 guilds are offering a monetary reward of, platinum. Platinum means like, we'll speak to you. It's above 1,000, like a piece for each guild. So, at least 5,000 golds of a bounty is on your father right now. You look unmistakably your father's name, which is
Hugo Potts Diggle.
Hugo
Which
Potts
for chat,
Diggle.
it's POTTS-DIGGLE. Not Potstickle or whatever it was that Google said last week.
Potsticker. Yep. So his unmistakable face is there. That cute little cap he would wear every day into work is there. It says like he is wanted for guild treason.
So yeah, I think she reaches up and like pulls down the poster, and she just kind of stares at it for a second. And then she keeps her features very schooled, but she's gonna fold it up and put it in her bag. And just kind of like very calmly like turn back to the party. But I think she is mentally forming a plan to try to find out what happened by making some connections with family members.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're like taking this in secret, and as you turn around, all you can see is this dragonborn man who has put his arm, his hands on the shoulder in the same place, to speak to Nakia. Says, "I think we finally have a lead on Gemma." Oh, not.
Hi.
Is that you?
Yes. Tell me about your
No.
lead.
You say yes, and then like that's the realization. It's like, no. Did you take that jacket?
Take
If
it.
you took that jacket, you gotta put it back where you found it, and you've got like 2 hours.
This
you
is
should Put
mine.
it back.
How do you know what's your
Oh.
name? What is your name? I'm sorry, you grabbed me and called me Nakia. You asked me
Is
if I
Brian
did
witnessing
for a
this?
jacket?
Is Brian witnessing this?
Yeah.
You can walk
Okay.
away from me. Gideon's
Um,
walking out.
Brian's gonna walk forward really quick and just go, hey, is everything okay here? What happened? What happened?
Yeah, it just seems like a complete misunderstanding. So
How do you know about this? This is an heirloom from my dead parents, and you're a stranger talking about it. I'm just curious. Hello?
I know a guy who has a very similar cloak.
Nick,
Very
Did Brian
sorry.
hear the comment about Gemma?
No, you were fighting with Misha.
No, that I have a lead on Gemma. but just
Oh,
now.
no, you did not.
Okay.
Only my sweet Gideon heard that.
Okay.
I think Current was standing nearby as well.
Okay. But yeah, I think Brian says that must have been some kind of mistake. When you here,
Giant mistake. I agree.
you
So
know about Gemma?
Gemma. And then I think Brian's eyes go a little bit wide.
And at the time your eyes go wide, his eyes kind of narrow. And he says, "Oh, are you all friends of Gemma Vario?"
I know of a Gemma Vario.
Who's asking? Who are you?
Just a good-natured citizen of Terrapine. But
Bullshit.
Gideon, shut up.
Sorry. I'm argumentative. How do you know this cloak?
again, I just know a friend who wore a similar looking one. This is not a deep
Okay.
connection, and I do have a
Okay.
shift in 5.
Are we good here?
I think we're great here.
Okay.
I keep trying to leave.
Yeah.
I do keep trying to leave.
Maybe on your way.
All right.
But I'm just saying, if you ever want to talk about Gemavario, you are free to come to any one of Simpira's clubs, and a drink will be on the house.
I might take you up on that.
and-
Thank you.
Okay.
He just gives you a firm nod and turns around.
This
When
is
he
second
turns around to
time.
leave, Brian turns to Gideon and says, "You can't just ask people for their names here. It doesn't work like that."
I'm sorry. This is the second stranger that's come up to me and called me a name I don't recognize, and also like spun me around without my permission. It's just I get a little on the defense.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. We might have a bigger problem, actually.
Yeah.
And
Is
then
it Julian
she's
again?
gonna pull out the poster and show it to Gideon. And she points and she says, "That's my dad." And I was kind of counting on him for us getting sponsorship to get into Terrapine.
Oh, that's your dad. Oh, what did he do? What?
Treason against the guilds, which doesn't sound like him at all.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Do you have any other family? I mean, if your dad's a
I
criminal.
have 52 cousins and multiple aunts, aunties, and uncles, but I don't know where I could find any of them.
You say that. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, Brian. In the meantime, Winona, you are watching Key from like hundreds of feet away. She's not noticed you yet.
It's a dirty
You
20.
notice her and her group kind of like get into Terrapine. They're like being a bit more like chest up boisterous in town than you were. They're clearly like making a show of their entrance into Terrapine. And then you watch them go not to the Terrapine Tourism District, but instead take a left at the Terrapine entrance and head toward the Hawkmongress Guild Hall.
Cool. Who's near me again?
Right now you've got Adriel standing right next to you.
Okay.
Did I see them?
Yes. I think you two are standing. Tell me we are all looking at the map. Do you all want to show me how you are standing?
I
right
don't
now?
see the map, but I might be.
I have not. That would be my clown. Here we are at the market.
Okay, there we go.
Here is the market. Go ahead and show me where you all are standing.
I think I'm just standing next to Winona, and then
I was about to say, yeah, this looks accurate to me.
All right, if it's accurate to you, then let us continue.
So, I mean, I'm gonna tell Adriel, like, the other team just got here.
Adriel's gonna spin around because the other three are behind them.
Yeah.
She's gonna kind of like spin around. Hey, we have a problem, friends.
Brian, you cannot
Another
even
one?
bring it up to Gideon. You say, I don't even know where any of my family are. You're like looking around. You can see that there are so each one of these like stalls are like owned by a different guild. However, they're like selling guild like goods, or they're like helping guild members. However, there are very clearly ones marked for guild entrance, and you can see the sigils on each of the tents here. You look at the very close by Ursimo Union tent, Brine, and you see your cousin, Harry Diggleman, currently running it.
I think I might know what happened to my dad.
No, you don't get to keep talking because Adriel has a problem.
I'm sorry.
Adriel was talking first. You noticed this while Adriel was speaking. Adriel.
Okay.
Friends, we have a problem. Key is here, and her team are on the way to the guild hall.
Wait, Key isn't the one that you
She
kicked?
is obsessed with you.
Isn't that the one that Winona fought?
Yes, she's also a chosen one.
Great.
And Adriel looks at Gideon. What do you mean another one?
Oh,
We've got a whole pile of problems, I'm pretty sure.
does anyone here know anyone named Nakia?
No.
No.
There's a
Gideon,
poser
no
in
offense. I think
Terrifying.
that might be at the bottom tier right now.
Gideon, all
Okay,
of my
it
friends
is.
were your friends first.
Okay, that's a good point. I'm just very confused. Let's move on.
Okay.
Are we supposed to beat Kia?
I don't think.
Winona?
I'd
We
rather
can't just
not.
start a brawl in the middle of the
and I don't-
marketplace. Oh my god.
Exactly, or in a strange place that I've never been before.
Not with
I
that
don't know how
attitude.
things go down here. I mean, true. I don't know how things go down here, and I'm also not trying to get locked up.
Oh, I don't think that
so-
would happen. That wouldn't be the problem. More likely, there would just be lots of allies coming out of the crowd, lots of tag team.
Oh, I don't want that. That doesn't sound fun. Unless they're all on my side.
We assume Key's going after the map.
He went toward the guild hall. So we all got the same dossier, which is why we weren't allowed to read it until we took off. So my assumption is that Key's here to get the map.
Great. Okay. Well, this is our list of problems right now. Shall we just go through it real quick?
Yeah, we can go through it.
I need to get my back healed because otherwise I'm going to be useless to everybody, especially if we do end up in some kind of fight. I guess Gideon has a twin of some kind. We'll figure that out as well. Key's here,
Probably not
so probably going to have to do some kind of, I don't know, race to the finish line nonsense. What else? Oh yeah, my dad is on wanted posters, so that's nice.
Wait,
And
what?
it's and then current made a deal with a Flux.
Right, we knew that. And Adriel will flick Current on the side of the head.
Kurt, how are you doing? You're not talking much in the group, so
Brian points a little finger gun at Adriel of like
How is
acknowledgement.
Current's done enough damage.
are you just like sitting there like, what is happening?
Current is being the agreeable child right now.
I understand. Okay. All right.
All right. Well, what? Adriel will look at Brian. What is at the top of our list right now?
I mean, the top of my personal list is getting my fucking back healed so that I stop leaking magic all over the place. But you know, that's
All right. Well, then
probably
let's go
neither
to
here nor there.
let's go to the guild hall. Then we have to get inside for your back to be healed.
I don't know
Yeah.
if that's gonna work out for us based on this. And then she's gonna hold up the poster.
Right.
I haven't been here in 12 years. I can't imagine what my dad would have done to be guild treason. But then I think she's gonna turn to the Ursimo Union tent and go, although that might have something to do with it.
Who's that?
I
You
think
look at the Ursimo Union tent, there is an inflatable unicorn standing in the middle of it that makes it very hard to navigate around. Good thing that Harry is a small halfling because he's moving around. You see that this is the only guild booth that has like a thing of like cake pops that are unicorn shaped, like they're right at the front, and like a big jar full of gold and a clipboard and pamphlets right there. And he's just sitting in front of all of it.
The vibes are making me fucking ill from that tent over there. Am I wrong? It's too
Okay.
nice. Right? It's too nice.
this is gonna get complicated, I think. Do you remember a few minutes ago when I said that nobody else was allowed to talk for just a little while?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Okay, we're gonna do that right now, but y'all are gonna stay with me. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Brian is gonna turn and march toward her cousin.
All right, please move your all y'all's tokens as you see fit. You go ahead to storm on over. Okay. I'm gonna start with you, Brian, and you tell me the energy you are projecting, and then I'm gonna have just a generalized question to everyone else to ask how are you backing that up. So Brian, tell me the energy you're projecting.
Tall energy?
Tall energy. Okay. And everyone, how are you backing this up? This energy, the tall energy that Brian is seeming to exude.
As the actual tall person, I think Gideon's like also wearing heels. Gideon's got like the hand on the hip, like leaned, like head tilted, trying to look kind of intimidating behind Brian.
Adriel has Adriel's standing as tall as she can at her 5'4", and has like her arms crossed and is like looking at the tent.
Okay. Winona and Current.
I'm
Current's
kind of stand.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Current perked up a little bit and is kind of throwing the like getting ready to be like, yeah, what Brian said kind of
Love
energy
that.
going
Yeah.
on.
All right. Okay. And Winona.
Just kind of standing quietly, like with her arms crossed and her legs open, just like power stance, quiet.
All right. Harry takes this in. This was, oh my gosh, sorry. How likely is it that Harry recognizes you? How same do you look?
It's probably not super likely.
Yeah, so
the
let
last
me just
time
roll
Brian-
a d20 for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
What do you
last
want the
time
DC to be?
Brian saw Harry. Let's set it at a 17.
Okay.
Because she's now got an eye patch. She's got multiple scars. She's dressed very differently from how she would have been before. Her hair looks different. Very different vibes.
I have a 14 plus 2, which means I'm 1 off.
Okay.
So as you approach, Harry looks up at you. Let me just grab something that I can use as a clipboard prop. That's the kind of person I am. Okay. The person, Harry looks up, is looking on something on a clipboard and then like looks up and like sees the five of you approaching and like clearly panics, but is trying not to look like it. Like you see him like kind of like push the cake pops a little bit closer to the front and like sit up a little bit straighter and look more fun and like puts like the pamphlets kind of like in hands. And you all pull up and Harry Dickelman says, "Welcome to Terrapine. What brings you here?"
So, cousin, how long did it take you to sell out to the fucking nationalists?
Cousin.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Cousin.
are you one of the distant ones?
Harry. Look at
I
me.
don't.
Look at me.
Oh my God, Brian, is that you?
He wouldn't know me as Brian.
Oh fuck, I forgot. Yeah, you're Belia. Oof, boy. I sorry, that one's a rough one for me. Okay, I said Belia, that. Is that fucking you?
Yeah. Been a minute.
I thought you left forever.
I left. Now I'm back. Sometimes that
There was a
happens.
distinctly like a leaving of forever vibe.
I don't remember saying goodbye to you. Who told you I left forever?
Your crying father, I think. But okay. Anyways, welcome to Ursimo Union. Who are you traveling with? Who are your companions? They all look so wonderful and capable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a party of friends that I'm bringing into the wilds just for a little trip, you know. We need sponsorship to get into the city.
Oh boy. Wow, how you planning on doing that?
Well, I was hoping to go talk to Dad, but and then she's gonna pull out the poster and go, apparently this is happening.
Oh yeah, I'm very aware of that.
What did he do?
Oh, I mean, it is a grievous crime to speak of. But your father poisoned the entire Zubafax arbory. Every single tree in Terrapine is dead because of your father.
My dad,
Your dad. I was surprised too.
Hugo Pottsdiggle,
Hugo
Poisoned.
Potts.
his beloved trees.
I don't know what to tell you. Similarly, you were the family who was here to pick up the broken pieces. That was me. Yeah, was your father. Big surprise. Put the whole family in lurch. Things have been complicated.
Put the whole family in lurch. Yeah, so what are you doing with Ursimo?
I've been with Ursimo. Ursimo's the only union who believed my innocence and protected me during the fallout.
How long has this been going on?
Oh, it happened like a month ago, maybe. Pretty dang recent.
You've only been with Ursimo for a month, and you're
Oh,
already
no,
allowed
I've
to
been
sign
with
up in a
Ursimo
book
5-6 years now, I think. Going on 8.
club?
Me and
Mhm.
the wife, Millie.
Mm-hmm. And the kids too, I assume.
Oh yeah, all proud unioners.
And when exactly did you decide that that was the best course of action, Harry? Because from what I remember, we were raised in the same family, and my family never would have sold their souls to these motherfuckers.
Well, Brian, you're the only frickin' Hugo. You're the only Pottsdiggle left in Zubafax. Everyone else frickin' left. But you also shouldn't get to care because you didn't fucking stay. You left. Kind of give up your license to care at that point, do you not?
Harry, can I just tell you something? It's really important.
You're welcome to. All
Yeah?
right. Yes.
You're a piece of shit. Okay? And she's gonna
All right.
turn around and she's gonna walk over to the Zubafax booth and see if
You
she
go
can
to
find
turn
somebody
around
else.
and he says, things are a bit different since you left. Brian, you're gonna need permission from every guild to get in, and that includes Ursimo Union. So if you're looking to get in, I don't think this is the end of our conversation.
Brian's gonna turn back around and put on like the fakest smile that you've ever seen. And she says, "I'm so sorry, cousin. What can I possibly do to earn you a favor to get into
Well,
Terrapine?"
In order for you to get in under the guild permissions, you have to join Ursimo Union. Not the guild, but the union itself. That is a 25 gold pledge for each person up front.
And if
And
we're not
the
planning on
Ursimo
staying,
pledge. Doesn't matter. Still got a pledge to get in.
so you're running the place now.
No, we're just part of the essential tax system of Terrapine. It's how the economy works.
Interesting.
That 25 gold pledge goes to support almost every, honestly, we're still a growing union, still a growing guild, almost every business owner in Terrapine Greater itself.
Almost every. Who gets left out of that?
The people who don't join.
So if there are people in Terrapine who don't want to join the union, why is it that I have to join in order to get through the doors? Make
Well,
it make sense, Harry.
I did. I just explained it to you. To get your entrance stamp, is a 25 gold pledge and a signing of our union statement.
You want my firstborn too?
No, I think we'll stop there, Brian, but I don't see what is hurting you so much. You're supporting small business members, your
Belia.
family's a part of this guild. I don't know what the problem seems to be, Belia, because it supports small business owners, it supports your family, because we're all part of the guild. I don't understand why this is still so bristly, but I'm not surprised. Honestly, he's not changed much. But that's the rules for guild entry for us. But you get the pamphlets and a cake pop. Honestly, the cake pop is so good, it's worth 25 gold a piece, in my opinion.
Gideon, if you reach for
Gideon
a
is
cake pop
just
right now, I'm
standing
gonna
back
slap
there
your
like-
hand, I swear to God.
He is just like tensing angrily behind Brian,
I-
straining with the effort to not speak.
I think Brian. Hold on. You need to think for a second.
Yeah, go ahead and think. I owe chat a chaos, do I not?
You do.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, who is not paying attention to the booth as this is going on?
Which booth?
What's happening between Brian and Harry? Who is not paying attention to that?
I think we're all paying attention. Also, really
I'm
quick,
enthralled.
before we continue, chat, we are all seasoned at this point, D&D players. Please do not backseat us. Thank you. That's all.
You can backseat me because I forget DM rules all the time. Leave my players alone. I don't know any D&D rules. I like to vibe instead. I spent my brain cells instead on I don't know, being horny. So no one is keeping their eyes out for any other potential threats.
I think Adri might.
I think
You
Winona
already
might
said
also
no.
just. I
So
think
Winona?
Mhm.
might be looking around to see if she can see if Key is anywhere nearby, or
Yeah, you're looking around, you don't see Key. However, you are standing there and you see Luceau, who if you'll remember is the first mate, Gemma's first mate. You see that he is off the ship and here and heading through the guild embassies. You see him approach the guild door for Isis Fidelity, pull up his sleeve, pull it back down, and then walk in. Chaos number 1 has started.
I go to tap because I see that like Brian Current and Gideon are closest to the booth. I'm gonna go ahead and tap Adriel's shoulder and be like, hey,
Yeah.
so I just saw Luso do something like hella fucking sketchy.
Okay. Like, what kind of sketchy? Winona?
like secret club in Terrapine type shit, kind of sketchy. Like I just saw him like he's like off the ship, and then he went up to like the little like Fidel. He lifted up his sleeve, like not a word exchanged at all, and then was like granted access somewhere.
We should tell Brian, because Brian would know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, but like Brian's in the middle of.
Yeah, but I think this might be important.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to sneak up to Brian and just like tap her on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, can I?"
Yeah, so Brian, you're in this moment of like silent stare down as Harry is sort of like laid out the law here. Because even though you've been able to like intimidate Harry in many times past, I think Harry is fully aware that he holds the power in this scenario. And you are in the middle of this like locked when Winona bends down and like taps you on the shoulder.
Hey, I'm so sorry to bother you. Can I borrow you for a second?
Right now? You need to bomb me right now, Winona?
I can talk with any of your other guild members about entrance if you need to, Brian.
Harry, let's put a pin in this for just a moment. I love this family reunion, but I just need to chat with somebody. For
I
a
mean,
second.
you should go see. I'm sure Millie will cry when she sees you, Belia.
Yep, I'm sure
Her
she
name's
will.
Brian. Sorry. Her name's Brian.
Gideon?
Brian.
Oh,
Gideon?
I'm
This is
sorry.
polite.
Are you
What
going
did
by
I
Brian
say?
now?
What did I say about not speaking?
It's just
Not
just sounds
Is
speaking.
that like a soup?
We're not doing. No.
Oh no, that's broth. Is that like the ocean?
Gideon?
Do you say that?
really quietly.
Ocean?
Incredibly quietly.
Yep, I'll put a pin in it. I'll just help the people behind you. Hi,
Okay,
welcome to our
sounds
small
good.
union. How can I help you? You
She's
guys
gonna
are sort of
step
like
to the
pushed out
side,
from
yeah,
the
to talk
booth.
to
I'm
Winona.
taking a cake pop. Gideon takes one and throws it.
Brian's gonna slap it out of your hand. Don't eat anything from them.
The table it falls onto the table and like the unicorn horn falls up and just Harry just looks over and is like and then
Cry about it, soup.
puts it underneath.
Holy shit.
Oh boy. Anyways, you all kind of like stand away from the booth.
So, hypothetically, if there were to be some sort of secret, underground society, maybe, right? Like, like follow me for a second. I don't know. Where you would have to show off, I don't know, some sort of like mark. Does that exist here? Is
Do
that
I
a
know
thing?
that this exists, Katie Mae?
Brian, there's like 100 of those here.
There's
It's
so many.
only secret
Okay.
societies. This is a city of thieves.
That's what I thought. But okay.
The societies for good are secret. Like holy shit. Like
I
everything's
think Brian
a
just
secret
kind
here.
of like stares at you for a second and then goes, "There's a bunch of those. What are you
so-
thinking about joining one? Not that one.
No.
That was my cousin."
I
Good,
honestly,
Winona.
I'm very much, no offense, but I'm very much good. But I
None
did
taken.
see, Luso, showing off a little arm something at
Who's
the
You would know who Luso is. Luso is actually a very famous pirate captain. You've not spoken to him since your time on the ship yet. You've not elected to. You also got hurt, so like who's counting? But they are the one who who Gemma recognized immediately upon seeing him.
Oh no, I know.
Okay.
Who?
It's a character choice, I see.
Adriel looks at Brian because she's with Winona, and she goes,
the ship,
"The ship,
the
mate,
person on the ship,
That's that dude.
stoic
shit.
dude."
That
He like hides around
asshole.
corners to
Yes.
overhear conversations, and I think he thinks he's cool, but it kind of like it like comes off a little awkward. But I think he's nice. That's just me.
He was helpful with the Terrapine stuff. Anyway, Winona, continue.
Well, he was probably helpful with Terrapine stuff because he's part of a secret society. That makes sense. Do you not know who he is?
Not
No.
like with
You know
clarity?
his name is like Goldeneye. in pirate circles. So
Okay. Uh, friends, gather round. Gather round. Everybody, can we just come in for
God.
just a second?
Okay.
Have you noticed that you called him Lusso? I know him as Goldeneye. You call him Lusso? Hasn't really been very forthcoming about anything.
Yeah, he's just quiet.
No.
He's a pirate.
I knew I liked him. I knew it.
Okay.
I don't know a single pirate who doesn't have a secret society membership in Terrapine.
Well, I'm not from. I don't know.
Winona, I'm not upset. Winona, you're fine.
Okay.
But him doing that is actually not that suspicious. Honestly, I'm surprised he hasn't tried to overthrow Gemma and take the ship yet.
yeah,
She said yet.
I know. I said good point.
Well,
Okay, should we be concerned about that?
I think
Or-
they should
I
help
mean,
us.
if he hasn't done it yet, he might not do it at all. Although he might be gathering resources. I don't know.
And
Do you want to follow him? You could probably follow
No,
him.
we don't have to follow him. We still have to gain entrance into Terrapine. I
it's
just
fine.
thought it was
Help
important
us.
for us to tell you.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I didn't know you didn't know. I thought you knew.
Brian, I don't know shit. I lived in a castle my whole life. What do
It's
you
our
mean?
first day out.
That's a good point.
would he not help us get into Terrapine with perhaps
Oh,
some?
no.
definitely not. We have a little bit of a history. He doesn't like me very much.
We're finding this out now.
But we don't know if he
I
doesn't
didn't
like
know he was
us.
gonna be on the ship until he was on the ship. Did you not notice that I haven't been talking to him? He didn't come visit me when I was in the hospital.
You don't really talk to many people.
That's true. Especially men. Anyway, listen. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere by paying my shitty cousin money to get into town. But I'm curious if that's actually a rule or if that's just something that he's making up to be an ass. I'm thinking we might want to try talking to somebody else.
Okay. I'm with you, so you
Try
lead the way.
Zubafax. Let's see if there really isn't anybody who's loyal to my dad left in the family. Can we go to the Zubafax booth?
Yep, you head over to the Zubifex booth, move your tokens as you need to.
Where's
As
the-
you
there's a bat,
approach,
right?
yep, it's just right across the way. You see this young dwarven girl. She is sitting there at the front. She's got these glasses on that you can tell have clearly magic runes carved in the side because she's holding a book, but the book is flipping like 1 page a second. These are obviously some sort of reading, speeding glasses. So she's sitting there just reading quickly, barely even looking up. As the 5 of you walk over, she says, "Hi, hello. Zubafax can't let in any guild members. If you get all the other guild seals, they'll let you in."
Do I know this person?
Roll me a history check.
Adriel is very looking at the glasses that she's wearing. And she
Nerd.
leans over Gideon's shoulder and she goes,
It's a 10.
A 10? You don't even remember her name, but you know that she was like studying high up as an apprentice for the guild master at one time, but like that's only because you like saw her at a tall chair in like a guild hall meeting once. Like that's your only frame of reference.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Adri?
"Oh, no, it's not important."
Hmm?
It's not important. It's okay.
Okay.
We are still sorry. I'll keep knocking everything over. We are still currently accepting book donations though. There's the box, it's right there.
A book donations is great. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you remember me? I vaguely remember you. You were
Do I
studying
remember you?
with the guildmaster when I was a kid. I used to come to meetings with Hugo and Suze.
Is Belia?
Yeah.
You look different.
Yeah, it's been a long decade or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Zoofax used to be like family, you know?
Yes.
Can I roll an insight check when I ask this question?
Yeah, you can if you'd like.
I want to ask, does that still apply? I said 21.
21 insight. You can tell that your presence has made her nervous, but that she is still leaning on having positive emotions towards you.
Okay.
So after a long pause, she says, well, gosh, I mean, Belia, you're still a member of Zubifax proper. You didn't rescind your guildship when you left. You're still welcome to enter the city underneath our name. You're a citizen.
Interesting. Can I bring my potty with me?
No. And also, they might hold you for questioning at the gates anyways if you just try to get in under citizenship. At least if you have all the other stamps, they would see that you're at least trying.
My shithead cousin over there told me that we have to pay to join the union before we're allowed in. Is that actually a thing?
Yeah, the Earthsimo union fee? Yes.
Why?
Akmongress has a fee now, too. Actually, I think they all do.
Ay, ay.
Hold on. She thinks for a second. She says, okay, so Akmongress is usually 100 gold apiece.
100 gold apiece.
Yeah, she says Hakmongress is usually either 100 apiece, or it's their catch of the day. They are only accepting like certain types of certain artifacts on a certain day. They do that. Isa's Fidelity, they usually you have to get a member of the guild to vouch for you. So it's a vouch system, right?
Oh my god.
That or you pay a $50,000. Sorry, a 50,000 gold like legacy debt that you can either pay up in front or just incur and promise to pay off in 5 years. Then Zubifax, again, we usually don't let people in, but when we do, it's usually a 5 book a person fee because we believe knowledge is more important than money.
Yep.
And
Remember that.
and then for the cadavers, either you have to have every other guild seal of approval first, and then they'll let you in, or you can enroll for their 3-day service fee.
Slavery. All right.
It's not slavery. You help out in the kitchens to help the elders. You know, you learn the rules of Terrapine. It's not slavery and it's optional. It's just the way that we get people who maybe don't have connections to learn about Terrapine before they enter the city and fuck it up real bad.
Because it's not getting fucked up by people having to pay thousands of dollars in gold.
Listen, Terrapine citizens are welcome to fuck up Terrapine because they are its citizens. It's the people who aren't citizens who are not welcome to fuck up Terrapine. That's how it works.
Do you know how Goldeye's been getting in and out of the city? Do you know what their connection is?
How what?
Goldeneye, the pirate.
What?
Ay, ay, ay.
If you want to talk about pirate stuff, you're gonna have to go over to Isa's Fidelity. I stick to my books.
Yeah, that's probably better. Okay, listen. Why did my dad get thrown on these wanted posters?
I mean, you really had nothing to do with it?
I just came back. I've been in Karthus.
I mean, Brian, everyone figured it was you who snuck him out of the city.
Snuck him out of the city?
He got out before he could get caught. So if you didn't
Okay.
sneak him out, who did? No one else
How-
in Zubifax has the capability or skill set to sneak someone out of Terrapine.
How did my name come into that? I left. She wasn't a smuggler before she left.
Oh, I know, but
Okay.
that word has gotten around.
Great. Okay.
Someone has spread that rumor on your behalf.
How do you remember?
And not
who
that you're an
told you?
assassin, that you're a smuggler.
Right. Do you remember who told you that it was me that snuck my dad out?
I mean, as an apprentice, since Guildmaster High Locust is currently hibernating, I go over all of the documentation for her while she's asleep. So I'm currently in charge of monitoring that. So that would be why I
Sure.
know, because you're fucking
Do you remember
suspects.
the
I'm
name
sorry,
on the
Brian.
report though? Or
I'm
was
Velia.
it anonymous?
The report?
Yeah, whoever put my name down.
No, it was just rumors.
Okay. All right. Can I
I
get
mean,
a
you're-
message to somebody on the other side of the gates before we make a decision about how we're going to enter?
Yes, I think
Is that
that yeah, I mean, I can do it. My shift ends in an hour and a half, but if you want, there are a few little Terrapine kids up the staircase. You pay them.
All right. I might be back. You said an hour and a half before you're done?
Yeah.
Okay, I might be back. She's gonna go find like a quiet place to talk to everybody again.
Where is a quiet place in Terrapine?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, me fucking either.
I think just like
You could
over
go to the
here.
temple and hope that a lot of people aren't praying. You could
I-
go buy a room at one of the inns, guaranteed security. Your call.
Let's do that. Let's go get a room at the inn if everybody else is okay with that.
Yeah, before we go,
Hell
I think
yeah.
Adri wants to ask about the glasses.
Yeah, so Brian starts turning away, and most people are starting to follow Brian, but you stay behind, Adriel.
Yeah, I think Adri goes up to the booth and is like, "Hi, I'm sorry. I noticed your glasses allow you
Oh.
to speed read."
Yeah, they're Honey Locust's speed readers. I use them while she's hibernating. I don't tell her, so please don't tell
Oh,
her.
I
But yeah, I use them
I
while she's
probably
hibernating.
won't get the chance to meet her, so no worries on that front. Are they like enchanted, or do you know what type of? I'm sorry, I don't mean to pry. Do you know what type of magic they are?
She pulls them off her head, and she kind of like looks at them, and as they do, they like take on a glow as they like take on an enchantment of she's casting some sort of identify spell.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to these glasses, this would be no, so it's not enchantment. Is it abjuration? Oh my god, the D&D schools of magic are, I never know them.
Valid.
Schools of magic 5e. This is like this is like when I'm trying to do my ACTs. Everything I've ever learned leaves. Abjuration. Transmutation. Nope. No, it's just enchant. Nope, because School of Magic, why? What is it? Oh my god. Someone cover for me.
I think Brian actually leans over to Gideon and goes, "She's kind of a nerd, isn't she?"
Who were you talking about?
Your girlfriend.
Oh yeah, it's the best. It's the best.
It's got to come in handy when you got to research something, though, yeah?
Yeah, no, she's great to study with. She always like makes tea and like I make flashcards and then we do like drills back and forth and it's kind of fun actually. It's like
When have you ever studied anything in your life?
I study quite often, thank you very much.
At this
Do you
point,
think
she
that I would have
says,
been kicked out?
she says, this is, so actually it's divination magic, which is surprising for most people, because most people think divination actually means, like, connection to the divine, but divination also means just, like, the nature of learning to understand something, which is so important, because that's, like, one of the two core pillars of magic, right? You have
Right.
the understanding of essence, and then determination, right? The determination to fix it. So, this is divination magic, which is all about, it's divination magic.
Right. Are these I'm sorry, I don't want to keep you any longer because I know that you're doing stuff.
No one's in line.
Are these the only pair that have been imbued with this magic?
I know that for sure. They're just hard to get a hold of. You might have luck patrolling some of the thieves' shops here in Terrapine. You could
Okay.
have some luck, maybe not a ton. It's just kind of like you keep your eye out, And you hope in the next couple of years that you find the pair.
Can I? This is also very unlike me. Can I just see them for a second? Because Adriel wants to do an Arcana check to see if she can tell what exactly, like what kind of divination is on these glasses.
Her eyes narrow after a second, and she goes, "No."
Okay, that's fair. All right, that's all. Have a good day.
You do.
And she'll like go back to the group.
Can we go?
Do we know their name? This is Molly the note taker asking, do we know this person's name?
I don't think we
No?
asked.
Okay, that's fine.
But for you all don't know it, but just for your notes, this is Ophelie Barbone.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go get a room at an inn so we can chit chat.
Okay, 0 for 2. You decide to retreat for a moment back to the inn. You are approaching it back through the tourism district. Let's see. Let me just pull up what the name of this tavern is. Oh gosh, I said it last week. What is it?
It
Like the
is
prickly pear?
No, it was a peach.
Yeah, something pear.
It was peach, wasn't it?
No, it was, I thought it was,
No, because I thought peach would sound too horny, so I
I
think
thought
that
it was the
pear.
prickly pear.
It might be the prickly pear.
No, is prickly pear? No, because prickly pear is like
pear?
a.
It's the blushing
That's like a
pear.
different
The
kind.
blushing
pear.
pear. Blushing
Thank
is like
you.
blushing is also like a euphemism for like the bruising, but also like it's like right it's like the bruising of a fruit and also like the blushing of like a person, and that's the thing. Thank you. So you all head over to the blushing pear. I think like current like your heart starts racing as you get closer. Right, that's sort of like blushing pear. I'm just changing the name so that I never forget again. And
Ian picked up their cake on the way back. It tastes real good.
Okay,
That's
so you
all.
picked up. Okay, so you're holding the adventuring cake as you go. Okay, great, perfect. All right. As you all head into, let me actually copy and paste your tokens. I'll bring those with me. Do you all want to say anything before you get there? No?
No.
All right.
I think Brian is deep in thought. She's not feeling great.
All right. Brian is very silent as you approach the blushing pear. But after a moment, you all finally step into the interior. Raucous tavern music is playing. You can't tell from where, which is something you're pretty unfamiliar with. But like this bar, even though like you're used to Huntress, this is the chaos energy of a thieves' city. This is an unhinged vibe that would never be permissible in Kurthis, right? I think like as you're stepping in, you see this dragonborn say, "And that's what I said to the dragon before I cut his cut his head clean off." He kind of drunkenly slurs, and the crowd's like, "Yeah!" And then he kind of like hops down and he heads back to his clearly a date at his seat. You see that this is full of like gritty like thieves, pirates, smugglers, adventurers. You don't know who is who to tell, but they're all armed, right? You're in the tourism district, so this isn't the guaranteed safety that Terrapine can offer you. This is the tourist district. A place that, well, is usually a stalemate, is also kind of thought of as like a place that's free game. Yeah, you're all breathing this in. I think like the only thing you see are these two air genasi who are clearly siblings, and they are like laughing amongst themselves, right? Like she'll like throw a bottle of vodka and he'll catch it and he'll pour it for the patron who's in front of him, and then he'll slide the bottle back to her. She'll catch it and then wink to the patron that like he just poured a drink for. They're like in tandem and rhythm together, and they're very boisterous, and you can actually feel like their genasi like energy making this room like there's an airiness, like it's almost like a warmer version of like when they pump oxygen into stores, almost like the way that like when you're walking down Main Street USA in Disney World, they have like the sense specifically spraying from each store you pass to like bring about that nostalgia, there is a warmth and welcomeness just in the air, like roasted chestnuts and spiced cider that is just that's emanating from them, right? They are that, and you can see like what it looks like to just see like a Genasi just like fully in their element, completely comfortable in it, in a place that they love very much.
I think Current probably in that moment, that kind of apprehension or that like that feeling of like my heart in my throat dissipates in that moment because I'm just so in awe of just the feeling and what I'm seeing. And also probably eyes shooting around a bit just to see if I see the other Genasi that I had talked to earlier.
No sign yet.
I think Adri, before they step in, is just gonna very quickly make her ring invisible and put her necklace inside of her shirt before they step all the way in.
Okay.
Gideon's carrying a cake like a huge dork, just gritting at the vibe in this place.
Like this.
Like,
Right.
like if there's like a group of people laughing, Gideon's like, ha! Like with them. Like they're just so into the energy of this place.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, I think Brian is just like very aware of like which of her knives is closest.
Mhm.
And I'm so sorry.
Tommen said, I would like to be included. Thank you very
Tommen
much.
said it's Tommen time. But yeah, and I think she just kind of like walks directly to the bar, like doesn't make eye contact with anybody, doesn't really look around, just like walks directly to the bar to speak to the innkeeper about getting a room.
Yeah, so you approach them. You would know them as the Mist Twins. This is Nettie and Cresswell. They are trading amongst each other. They don't know who you are, but that's kind of like, you know, when you live in town, you just know who the prolific people are. These are two of the prolific people of Terrapine. So they're talking amongst each other, and as you approach, she kind of steps over to the side of the bar that like has the more in-keeping portions of it, and she says, step on forward. Welcome, you five. What can I get you?
Yeah, we're looking for a room for the night. Preferably something that's
We
far
talking
away
one
from
room?
us.
We talking 2 rooms? What are we talking?
You got anything with a couple of beds?
I've got lots of things with a couple of beds. It's about what kind
Yeah.
of night you're planning on having, sweetheart. 1 room, 2? How
One
many
room
beds
with
we
a
thinking
couple of
about?
beds should be fine. Should be fine.
One room with a couple of beds. Now my base rooms come with 2 beds apiece. We do have a bed relocation fee if you want. I can get up to 2 more beds in there. What are you kind of looking for?
Yeah, just a couple of beds is fine. Whatever's
All right,
standard.
2 beds in the room, no additional beds.
No, should be
All
fine.
right. Okay, that sounds good. We are a bit booked up right now, so our fee is going to be 2 gold a night. Just kind of a base standard for every other thing going on out here. But if you're all right with that, then how many nights am I booking you for?
Can we do one night and then see how it goes? We might need to stay longer, but I think one night is good for now.
You're fine to book on one night. I will warn you, not tonight, but tomorrow night. We only have 2 more reservations open. So if you want to get in, I'd get in before about midday tomorrow. But I can do one night for you just now. Totally all right.
She's gonna turn to Adriel and say, "Should we do 2 nights?"
I think we should do 2 just in case. I also think we should add 1 more bed. So there are 3 beds.
Okay.
Me and Gideon can share, and then I guess if whoever else wants to share can share. Yeah, Winona, and you can share, and Current can have the other one.
Or whatever.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get can we add 1 more bed to the room, and then can we actually do it for 2 nights then?
Absolutely. So an additional 1 gold per day bed fee, which brings you up to 6 gold, counting all together for 2 nights. That sound all right?
Yeah, I think that works. Adriel, do you mind?
Yeah, I can do it, and she'll put the gold on the counter.
Alrighty, 6 gold booked right up. You want me to open a tab for you so you can enjoy your night, not think about money?
She looks
Wait,
around.
repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
She said, do you want to open a tab so you can just like have fun for the night, not think about money?
I think I'm gonna go straight to bed. I don't know how the rest of y'all are feeling.
Gideon is nodding fervently in your eyesight.
Brian's gonna smack Gideon.
Yeah, Adriel's gonna put her hand on Gideon's head, even though Gideon's a foot taller than her, and go, I think we're just gonna go to the rooms for now and then decide how we want our night to go.
Makes sense to me. If you'll go ahead and wait for 5 minutes while one of our employees goes ahead and gets that ready for you, then I will call you when your room is ready.
Thank you.
Can I get you any drinks in the meantime?
No, we're gonna pray and go to bed by 9 p.m. sharp. Apparently, that's I think the plan right now.
I think we're all set.
Seems-
Elle, do you want to make sure that you're not being so grateful?
You say that to Elle. You're talking to Elle, and then this bartender who's looked at you, Gideon, and is enchanted by your complete hatred of their buzzkill nature, kind of like leans on the counter and does like a little finger wag to pull you closer. She says, "All right, darling, I'm sorry that the people around you might be buzzkills, but if you're looking for a good night, you come back downstairs after they fell asleep. I'll make sure you have one."
Okay. Gideon's just so giddy.
She kind of gives you a half wink and then sits back up and says, "So no drinks, no tonic waters, nothing I can get you? You look like weary travelers."
No, I think we're all right for. I think we're good for now.
Alrighty, then go ahead, take a free table, and I'll call you when your room's ready.
Okay.
I think as we go to the table, Adri kind of like lets everyone sit. We'll also sit and then kind of lean over the table to look at Gideon in the eye and just goes, "If you're gonna get enamored by every pretty woman who pays you attention, Gideon, we're not gonna get very far."
Brian snorts.
Listen, I just want to have a good time.
And that's-
I've never been in another city before.
Neither have I,
Not-
but we have a...
Quite a city to choose, Gideon. Jesus.
Wait, what?
Quite a city to choose, Gideon. Jesus.
Also, y'all need to be moving your tokens. I got so much other stuff to do. Y'all are on token moving patrol.
I don't even have that
I'm
window
moving
open.
everyone's token. Here you go.
Thank you,
Thank
Adriel.
you.
There's 2 Winonas on the page.
Death
Many
to one
Winona.
of them.
My ideal is having a good time with all of you. But I know we're here on the job. I just simply want to see if they have fun cocktails and Terrapine.
We can do
they
that.
don't have on
A
purpose.
drink passes by you, Gideon. You can tell that there's actually like a sentient storm cloud on top of it. This seems to be their signature drink. And you see like as the patron like sticks the straw down, the cloud sort of like evaporates in this like big swirl, this beautiful moment.
Absolutely
kidding
not.
me?
Put that face away. Put it away. No.
What is the point of living if I
No.
can't drink that?
You're not gonna live much longer if you're fucking drunk in this goddamn town.
One drink. One drink.
One drink. Oh.
One drink. That's what you said before you took me on that joyride, and look where we ended up.
I have been dunked on so hard,
We're just...
and all I
Gideon, just eat your cake. Jesus, just eat your cake.
fine, I
Just
will.
eat your cake.
I'll eat my
Be
adventure
quiet.
cake. Please share with me if you'd like.
At the moment you say, "I'll eat my adventure cake," suddenly the other Janazi, Cresswell, is standing in front of your table with just like a pitcher of water and then like 5 cups, and like stacked in the cups is some silverware. And he sets it down and he says, "I saw you all. You had some adventurer's cake. One of my favorite traditions. Brought you all some silverware. Enjoy yourselves." He kind of sets it down and then turns around.
Brian's gonna stick her finger along the edge and just scrape some frosting off of it and then lick it. She doesn't take a fork.
Gideon's already taking a fork.
Adriel will sigh a little bit and just go, "I'm not trying to kill your vibe, Gideon. I'm just trying to make sure that we can have the conversation that we came here to have."
Honestly, I'm trying to kill your vibe a little bit. I think if I kill your vibe, I'm less likely to kill you. Does that make sense?
You're never gonna kill me, Brian, first of all.
That's
And second of
confident.
all, yes. And second of all, we have to stay down here to make sure Current's whole thing at the shoe shop that happened under your watch, I'll add, just saying, goes okay. All I did was buy a cake and try to get a drink.
You're
Gideon
very
said, "You're
tiresome.
projecting this."
Okay,
Did you know that?
I don't want to be a part of this lover's quarrel, Adriel will say, and go to the bar.
You walk over to the bar and she says, "Oh, well, just in time. I was just about to give you your key." And she sets 5 keys down on the table.
Oh, thank you. And she will go back to the table, drop the other 4 keys off, and go upstairs.
Stop that! Stop saying thank you, bestie! I'm gonna lose my mind. Brian, actually, I think she actually says that in character. I think she says, "Hey, Elle, stop that." And she grabs one of the keys and follows Adriel.
Yep.
Winona, Current, Gideon, the 3 of you are sitting at the patron's table in the middle of the blushing pair. You've gotten the feeling that there's like a dragonborn date happening behind you, and there's some sort of conversation that is not PG-13 about fire. And then over to your right, there is some sort of hawkmongeress guild who is like, "No, if we're going out tomorrow, I want to upgrade my armor. So that means you can't spend the 15 gold, can you?" And so that's the kind of argument that's happening over there. And this is what you're surrounded by.
Now, I'm going to get a drink. Just one. And eavesdrop. If you two would like to join me, you are welcome to. I will happily get you whatever that hurricane thing was. And
Gideon,
try
you
and see if I
already
can
know.
overhear something.
Yes, I want a hurricane drink.
Of course you do.
Of course I
Right?
do.
Right? Winona?
Winona, hey,
I'll get you
hurricane drink?
water if it's not your vibe.
Are we allowed to ingest stuff from here? I know
Yes.
we're not supposed to eat.
think here's
I'm
okay.
kind of paranoid. Okay.
I'll do everything first, and if something bad happens to me, then we know we're not supposed to do it. How's that
You
sound?
shouldn't make yourself a scapegoat. That's not safe.
Oh, I'll do it then.
No,
It
you
doesn't
better
make
not
it any
fight.
better.
3 hurricane drinks?
Okay.
Or
fuck
2 and a
it. Yeah,
water?
sure.
Yes!
Ah,
He goes
sure.
over to the bar and orders 3 of the hurricane drinks.
You order 3 hurricane drinks. Cressel smiles at you and says, "All right, just one sec." And like lifts his hands up, and he keeps his hands up the entire time. His hands are kind of like this, and you see the magic around him is like lifting like the 3 martini glasses and bringing them out. And while he's doing that with his magic, he's just looking at his 2 hands in front of him, and the cloud is just slowly growing, right? As the magic is happening in front of him, you feel like a breeze go through your hair, and there's this show and flourish of like the magic, pouring the drinks, but it's still effortlessly, not a drop spilled. The showmanship that magic can provide in bartending as well. And in the final like flourishing finish, he like brings the cloud down, and it separates in like 3 little perfect cumuli on top of the drinks. Are you worried about spilling them? I can bring them to your table.
You can if you want. I'm just in awe. This is cooler than anything I've ever seen on Kurthus.
Was there anything cool on Kurthus?
There was like a shot that you dropped into a beer that would make the beer kind of fizz up, and then you would like race to drink it with your friends, but that was like maybe the best thing. This was like a magic drink, so I can't express gratitude.
Wait, no, I want to see that. Hold on. So it was a beer,
Mm-hmm.
and
And,
then
like, Gideon
an additional
explains.
separate shot. Yeah, you explain it, and he's like, yeah, you
could make
explain it,
that
and he's
cooler
like,
already.
he's like setting it up, and he's like, okay, I'm setting it up, and he's like, and so you like end up like talking with him accidentally for 20 minutes. Oops. But like by the end of the time that you've talked together, there's like a beer on top of a cloud, and on that cloud is the shot itself. And like you've had a new drink, and like he finishes, he says, "Well, I mean, wait a minute. If this was a collaborative process, then I mean, we both have a hand in naming it."
I guess so. Okay. Well, Skyfall, because it drops through a cloud.
I
that
like that
cool?
quite a bit. All right. Skyfall, I like that. And may Kurthus never. And he kind of he then gets you. So, and then like 5 seconds, basically 20 minutes later, a full 20 minutes later, yes, we will revisit. Well, Gideon is gone for 20 minutes. Kern and Winona, I'd like to hear from you.
I'm just kind of picking at the cake that Gideon left on the table, TBH, because I'm kind of hungry.
There are like food menus if you want to like get food, if you'd like to as well.
We already spent money on the cake. Can't let it go to waste. So you want some cake?
I think Current is like looking at the bar and like can't hear what's going on between Gideon. We're just watching like they've been gone a while. I wonder what are they doing over there? Is that beer?
It looks like it. Are they doing? Wait, are they doing Jaeger bombs?
Is
Are they
that
switching-
that drink from the back home? What
think
is
so.
going on over there?
I like Gideon's energy a lot.
I
They're fun.
want to taste it. I want to know what they're making over there. And did you hear
The drink and not the energy, to clarify for everyone else who just misheard you as well.
The drink, yes. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, do you want to go over?
Sure. I mean, there's nothing else to do. I mean, we can except for listening to this group over here talking about what they're doing with fire, and I don't know if we want.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm gonna bring this cake with me though, because it's kind of good. So
That sounds like a deal. I'll
I'm
bring a
just
plate
gonna
too.
pick up the entire cake and walk over to the bar with it.
I'll
'cause
grab a
why
fork.
not? Sweet.
So yeah, you approach the bar, and I don't think, Gideon, you see this at first. You hear, now that means you do have good friends. Good friends, you go and get your friend at the 20-minute mark at the bar. Hello, as Winona and Curran approach. And he says, so are y'all three just 3 misfits from Kurthus? What brings you here?
A prophecy.
Summer vacation.
Summer vacation. We prophesized we would go on summer vacation.
Yeah.
All right, a prophesized summer vacation. I love that for y'all. Well, I mean, I'm sorry I don't know your names, but you two, you just came in the perfect time. I'm Cresswell, and I am currently making this new drink that Gideon just taught me how to make. Oh, wait, Gideon, did you tell your name to this man?
Yeah.
At any time?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The first like 30 seconds.
Okay, great.
Full
All
name,
right.
first and last.
Gideon just taught me how to make this perfect Kurthus drink. I'm so happy that you brought us into our lives, and Gideon has named it the Skyfall. So go ahead. I mean, now you, the group of you both have 2 drinks each. You have a good night set up for you, and I think it's on the house.
I can't express gratitude. Gideon like wiggles their finger at them.
Winona
This is
just
cool.
shakes her head vigorously.
And he
We
kind
can
of
do
smiles.
it by
He says,
drinking the drink.
He says, "Listen, you can always be thankful for the kindness of others, but in the Blush and Peach, it is always assumed." And he kind of.
Can I ask you something real quick? Like as Gideon is like drinking one of the drinks. Have you heard the name Nakia? Because I've had 2 people mention it to me, and I don't know them. But I'm just curious. I don't know.
I
Is that
mean,
weird?
Gideon, I know you are new here to Terrapine, but it is sort of a culture here that if anyone asks if you know someone, your answer by default has got to be no. I do not. And especially for bartenders, that's kind of how you keep yourself alive here.
You know what? I get it.
If I
Forget
told
I
you I
asked.
recognized anyone who walked in here, I would be a long dead man.
I don't want that. You're so great. Stay alive, tell me nothing. Gideon like takes another sip. Just completely moves past it.
And he kind of like looks around and says, "That table right there? And he sort of nods. There are two clearly the hottest people in the room, and they are by this like couples table over by the fireplace, and they are clearly having like a nice intimate candlelit date. You know, they've slowly been like leaning towards each other. He looks over there and says, "Not a bad place to start."
All right. Maybe I'll buy them a couple Skyfalls, see where it gets me. Maybe they'll like it. Who knows?
Would you
I'll
like me
start
to
there.
do that for you?
Yes.
All right. He whips those two drinks up, and he says, "What would you like me to tell him when I send him over?"
Oh, I didn't think this out very far. Maybe a couple of drinks for a second of your time? Question mark. That sounds horny. It's not supposed to.
It also sounds like you're making a deal. I don't suggest that.
Okay. What would you say?
I would say a gift, because gifts aren't debts.
There we go. A gift. A gift from a friend of Nakia. No, your expression tells me no. I'll just say a gift. We'll start there.
A gift. All right, I'll go take that over. Do you want me to say it's anonymous or from you?
From me.
All right. And he brings the tray over with the two drinks, and he sets them down elegantly in front of the two of them, who both look pleasantly surprised. It is only when they look at you that you can tell that they are draped in like jewelry, right? Like once you look at them, you see the wealth and like the almost like catering energy that the room is providing towards them, right? They have like a far seat over here, no one's interrupting them. The people who are by their table aren't talking too loud and like throwing them an occasional glance, right? That's sort of what you're able to get as they approach. So this is a human man. He's got dreads. He's got like a like shirt with like these almost like, they're not quite suspenders, but they're like this like draped gold like almost like a tie that's not a tie, a bow tie that's not been tied yet is sort of like draped over this, but it's like pure gold. And then almost like this bolo brooch thing that is happening in the center to feed back down. And he's just staring across the table at this very hot blonde lady who does seem to be drinking on his tab. And I love that for her. And they both sort of look over, and then they you see that Cresswell says like 2 or 3 things to them, and then they look between each other and they kind of talk, but so their head is turned away, right? So you can't see what they're saying. They sort of like talk with their mouth covered. And then they nod at Cresswell, and Cresswell turns to a table that's right by them that has an empty chair at it, takes the chair, sets it right in that one little open spot, and then walks back behind the bar. None of you narcs moved your tokens! And I'm gonna start giving you disadvantage if you stop moving your tokens.
Okay.
And says, "You got 5 minutes, Gideon."
Gideon nods at Cresswell and then turns to Current and Winona and goes, "Would you order food for yourselves and Adri and Brian before I go do stupid shit?"
Yeah, of course.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Oh, Gideon.
Hmm?
You got this.
Thank you.
Don't be too foolish, but I believe in you.
I will not be a fool.
Don't say thank you.
I won't.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I'll be right back. And Gideon goes and slides and sits down.
what energy are you giving off as you approach?
Calm and confident. Just trying to seem chill.
Can I get a performance check, please? Or a charisma, if you'd like.
Okay. Let me see which one has a better stat for me. Performance or charisma, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How's that? Do I have any inspiration left from last week?
That's y'all's job to track. I have a DM with ADHD.
I don't think so. I
I'm giving
do?
you mine. I'm giving you mine this
What?
week. You can have it.
Ah!
I think you had one
you.
still. No, but I think you had one still. No?
They used
Sam's
both.
shaking their head no.
I'm 99%
Okay.
certain that they
I
used
think they
both.
got pretty dried up last time.
Yeah.
But you may
Okay.
reroll. With advantage, right? Because it's the inspiration, so it's gonna be a 20.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you're projecting this confidence. You come and you sit down. And it's unicorn hunting energy without the actual unicorn hunting. All right. So they just give you like this like smirk, this like slow smirk as you sit down. And then the blonde woman says, "Thank you for the drink. I appreciate it."
Of course. I just invented it, actually, like 20 minutes ago, so.
That's lovely. I must admit, I don't hear a Kirthis accent very often. Why is a Kirthinian buying the two of us drinks tonight?
I'm new in town and just trying to have a fun night, just hanging out.
You're in town, so you must be one of the ones that came in on the very, very nice airship too now, right?
Yes.
That's lovely. And why is Kurthis sending people around in real nice airships? I'm gonna
Does
make you
Kurthis
turn your
do
camera
anything?
off, Sam. Hands down on the table.
Gideon shrugs. They're trying to not give off like any specific info. So like, why does Kurthis do anything? You know, learning about the wilds, I suppose. It's all very new to us. This bar alone was sort of blew my mind, to be honest with you.
No, well, I mean, this is probably the safest place in Ackermon. It's real nice to meet you. And she kind of pauses for a second. She looks you over, and she says, "I'm Rowan."
Rowan, I'm Gideon.
Gideon, it's nice to meet you. You've got 5 minutes of our time. So I get to talking if I were you.
Great idea. Gideon like looks a little flustered and sort of like glances at the gentleman who hasn't spoken yet to see what his vibe is, if any. Is he just like quiet and watching
He's
us talk?
watching you intently.
I'm gonna be vulnerable to a stranger here for a moment. I just got here and I've been mistaken for someone named Nakia twice now. And they mentioned this, and like Gideon gestures to their cloak. They mentioned this, and I just can't help but be a little curious. It might just be a coincidence, and if it is, I'll let it go. But I have a weird feeling it's not. So I'm just seeing if anyone knows anything. And if not, you know, please enjoy your night. But I just figured it couldn't hurt to ask.
Well, as a thank you for the drink, I will tell you that yes, Nakia is a member of our guild, Isis Fidelity. And you're probably being very mistaken for her because she has a nearly identical jacket and is a tiefling as well.
Oh. Okay. Interesting. Do you...
Different though. She has gold horns. You don't.
No, mine turn black at the tips. Gold horns. That's cool.
She's a cool woman.
So you know her personally?
Most guildmates do. Now. Your stay in, Perthus, do you have guild entry yet?
No, we're kind of having a hard time, honestly. It's expensive.
Hard to get entry into Terrapine. Pretty expensive, too. It's not easy to pay that $50,000 debt to Issa's Fidelity to gain entrance. You would need someone to personally vouch for you to move around that. Just a tip from you to me. That $50,000 debt, that's how Synpira gathers most of her souls. I'd avoid it if you can.
Okay. I appreciate the tip.
Anything else costs, dear?
That makes sense. Terrifying is an expensive place to be.
Body,
Well-
mind, and soul.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm learning that. Well, I guess I don't know if I have any more questions. If there's just someone who happens to sort of look like me here, it's probably nothing.
I would buy that cape off you, though, if you wanted to name a price.
Oh, no, this is sentimental. It was my parents. They are also from Kurthus, and I think, well, I know they came down here and didn't make it, so this was sort of the only thing I have left of them, actually. Besides this, and Gideon sort of shows their little pendant with the pictures of them.
Well, then I'd hold on very tight to that jacket, Gemma. I hold on very tight. Sorry, there's too many G names. She goes, I'd hold on very tight to that cape, Gideon. I think you'll find it
will.
come quite in handy in the wilds.
I hope so. I'll probably need it. Okay, well, I don't mean to interrupt your day any longer. I can't say thank you, so have a good night.
May your night be
Okay.
blessed as well. Abyss be
Gideon
with
gets
you.
up. Oh, Abyss be with you as well. Gideon sort of perks up at the mention and like slips back into their like old noble mode on Kurthus and does like a little bow and turns and walks away.
Winona and Current, have you put in an order for food?
Yeah, or at least I think I've asked to at least see a menu.
Yeah, you asked to see a menu, and I think for the first time you're like introduced to the concept of junk food. Even though like something like at like Huntress might be like delicious, it's still gonna be like meal based, right? Like within Kurthus's like acceptable framework of food. Loaded tater tots is not in that framework, but it is certainly on the menu here.
I think I'm looking at it and I'm like, I turn to Winona and I'm like, have you ever had any of this before?
I have never seen any of this, and I also
Fried food. What is that?
I want to try all of it and none of it at the same time.
Well, which one do you think we should get first? What are tater tots? What are tots?
I kind of waved down one of the people at the bar. I'm like, would I kind of want to ask what a tot is?
I'm sorry, was there $500? Gideon, after you
Yes.
turn around, approach the bar. You're 2 drinks in. If you want to give me a performance check, go ahead. It will be disadvantage. We watch Rowan lean forward and give her paramour, who has been silent this whole time, a gentle kiss on her cheek, on his cheek. She stands up. She puts 10 gold coins down on the table as a completely overpriced tip. And she just slowly walks out the front door. Now, for that disadvantaged, that is a 13. So I'm going to say you don't notice that. We continue. You're welcome. Some of these chaoses are going to come back later, and I think that that's fine.
I feel like we should just get like one thing for each person and we can just figure it out. Right?
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, we did get a room for 2 days. If we're here longer, we can. And we have cake.
And we have cake, and we have leftover cake. You know what? I think we're gonna be fine. We can just get food and we can go to our rooms, and we can chill, and we can sleep, right? And we can also figure out what Gideon just hopefully learned. I don't know.
It seemed like it went well. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, cool.
Let's reconvene, and then we could take everything up to the room. I'm sure Adriel and Gideon, or Adriel and Brian, want to know what we're doing.
Yeah. At that point, Gideon rejoins you, and we cut now to probably 30 minutes earlier in this rented room upstairs. There are 3 floors. You have been given a room on the first one. Brian and Adriel, I am just dropped you in it. This is the room you've been given as the 2 of you enter. You breathe it in. There are.
I don't know what map you have us on, but we're not there.
You are. Yeah, you're here at the top of the blushing pear.
Oh, I see now. Okay.
Yeah, you're in that top room right there. The balcony's on the other side. You're right behind the bar. It's 1 flight of stairs up. You can tell that, but if someone's in the rooms next to you, you can't hear them, which is a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
You get a feeling for this room. There's 2 windows. Underneath each window is a twin bed, and then like a shittier cot that's been placed in the far corner. There's a single chest for like storing your goods that works in the same key that you used for the door. And then just like your run-of-the-mill like dressers and stuff. Not too much else in this room besides that. Besides cute little flannel blankets.
Okay.
Except for when you look to the ceiling. Aragenazi did kind of get you there. There are stars floating. What a perfect touch for a place without a sky.
Brian is gonna put her bag down next to one of the beds, and Kat jumps out and gets up on the bed and like curls up
The little baby.
to go to sleep.
The little baby.
And Brian says, "Well, I guess I'm sleeping on that one then."
All right. Adri will go and sit on the other bed.
Brian's gonna very gingerly sit on the edge of the bed next to Kat,
Mm-hmm.
and just look at Adriel.
Beds, you're not moving your tokens.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. And she looks at Adriel and she says, "How much trouble do you think they're gonna get in while we're up here and they're down there?"
Too much. I left.
Yeah.
I left Gideon alone once at Huntress for 30 minutes. Came back and Gideon was blackout drunk, and I had to take him back to our dorms because we had exams the next day, and I had to feed them bread and water. So, too much is the answer.
What about Current? Is she as chaotic as Gideon?
Current is fueled by Gideon. Gideon is the ringleader. Current follows very tightly behind, and I feel like I have 2 toddlers sometimes.
Winona might keep him in line. Winona's got a good head on her shoulders.
Current's too hot
But-
for Winona to keep her head on her shoulders.
You notice that too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will like take her shoes off and like sit crisscross applesauce on the bed.
Brian takes out one of her daggers and starts sharpening it with a whetstone that she has in her bag.
Didn't you sharpen them before we left the ship?
Well, I used this one.
For what?
Don't worry about it. I just want to
For
make sure that
what?
we're prepared. I had to cut something. It's fine.
All right. Adria will like sigh and kind of like lean back on the bed and go, what's the plan, Brian?
Well, getting in is a little bit more complicated than I realized it was going to be. Sorry about that. But my thought is actually, I do have a contact that I know is inside the city still. And I think if we send in a messenger and get her to come here, she can heal my back and maybe help us figure out a plan for how to actually get in. We're probably going to have to pay the kid, though, whoever we give that message to.
Okay. And who is this person?
Her name is Ystira. She's a very accomplished magic user. Somebody that I know from before.
Okay. And you're sure that they're going to come help?
I think so. It might depend on how I phrase the note.
Sorry, my camera's out of focus. There we go. Go ahead.
I hope so. It depends on how I phrase the note.
What do you mean?
You heard my cousin. When I left forever. I didn't even say goodbye to most people.
And if this person doesn't help us, Brian, where does that leave us?
Then I guess we try to find my dad.
Okay. But they said that
Since I've already been accused of smuggling him out of the damn city to begin with. I wasn't even here.
I should clarify, you do have like some castle funds to fuck with. I think
Right.
I want to bring that up just in case you forgot. You've got anywhere between 200,000 to 300,000 gold.
Right. Okay. So I think Adria will bring that up here. Should your contact not be able to help, we do have castle funds that we can dip into.
50,000 gold? We
We've-
already gave Gemma 200. What was it? 500,000?
50,000 gold, which anyway, we have 300,000 gold, Brian.
I'm sorry, we have how much?
We have 300,000 gold, Brian,
Where is that being kept?
on the ship.
That's a lot. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's a no, Elle. That's a lot of gold.
I know.
I don't think you understand. Did we talk about the fact that we had 300,000 gold on the ship before we landed on Terrapine?
No.
Okay. Yeah. We're gonna send a note to Ystira, and we're gonna hope that the ship is still there. In a couple hours.
What do you mean? What do you
It's
mean?
a city of thieves, Adriel. What do you think? they're
Who's
gonna
on the
do?
boat right now, Brian?
Nobody. If Lasso came in.
Incorrect. Lorian.
I forgot
and
about
then
Lorian.
Mara, and then Lorian, Mara, and then the map maker lady.
I take back my
name?
nobody on the
Beledri.
ship.
Beledri.
I'm going to say
Yes. Yep.
people who probably won't be able to stop dozens of thieves from pouring onto the ship and stealing 300,000 gold.
Okay. Adria will put her shoes back on. I'm gonna go make sure Gideon's not blackout drunk and neither is Current, just in case we have to fight.
You
I'm
put your
gonna
shoes on. You're like getting ready to go outside when you
write
hear
this
the
note,
lock
I guess.
turn to and you hear the rustle of your three. Oh, that's the sound of their drunk footsteps sound.
She shoots a look at Brian.
You only had 2 drinks. We'll talk about how much a lightweight each of you are when we return from break.
It's break
See you then,
time.
gamers.
Bye. I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Why would you do an afeard? Oh, I remember why you're scared. I was so confused. I forgot that we had to check in with Misha. You're so right. What a perfect reason to feel that fear.
What was that
well,
sound?
I'll
Joking, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Choker's right, Molly. Headphones on or off? All right, on it is then. All right. Well, before we visit our heroes, let us, for just a moment, visit a monarch. One who has used Misty Step to transport themselves from the deck of the Copper Veil to the floor of the wilds. Right underneath the head of the tortoise's mouth, Julian, the what we visually see as Julian, like lands on the ground and like kind of like lilts for a moment, as for the first time they are standing on something that is not moving. Have you ever walked on a treadmill and then got off and you're like, my body, it's flying? I don't know. That experience happens in that moment for them. And I think it's only then that we also see that they are crying. And so we see this vision of like the visual of Julian like using like their wrist to kind of like wipe away at their face as they're like looking around, clearly disoriented. And they look out, and to one side is the woods of the wilds, the tight brush of the wilds. And to the other, underneath the belly of the tortoise statue, is some sort of construction site. Almost like a construction site. Almost like it's a construction site. And you can see, Julian sees, looking around, Julian, all of the equipment has the brand of Ursimo Union on it. Bright, happy unicorn smiling back at you. Now, Julian has this choice, right? We watch their eyes flit to the construction and then flit back to the brush. Civilization, wilds. Civilization, wilds. The decision is made as Misha stumbles into the brush, their chest rising and falling in a stunted synchronicity, almost like they're choking on it. They pull this crown from their head, and Misha is back in their full form. This crown looks like a half tiara on one side, half crown on the other, like chunks somehow moved. Like only half of it is here. But they take it off and they hold it tight against their chest, tears just falling down their face. We see their pink, disheveled hair as they're stumbling through, trying to get a breath, like paranoidly looking around, giant sword on their back, one hand clutching the crown to their chest, the other at the scar on their neck. And they're just trying to get a better feel. And there's a moment of like suspension as they stumble into this clearing of mushroom pools and different flora and fauna, these glass-like ponds of serenity. And Misha's absolutely swept away by it. For a long moment, they just let their eyes travel. They stumble forward towards the edge of one of the ponds, and they kneel in front of it. While they do, they hold out their hand and cast some sort of advanced detect magic spell. The mushrooms light up in this threatening red glow. Misha knows in this moment, don't fuck with those. And their shoulders kind of sag in relief when they see that pond holds no aura of that kind. And only then do they finally feel safe enough to lean their form forward and look at their reflection. The pink ring in their eyes. Oh no. Oh God. Oh no. Okay. And then they just shut their eyes. They don't know what else to do. Kneeling there in front of the pool, eyes closed, some sort of magic field up. They sit in terrified meditation. 1 hour passes. 2 hours pass. Eyes refusing to open. Discipline leading. 3 hours. 4. Only at the 4-hour mark does Misha give in to the instinct to open their eyes. Everything is the same. Besides a small creature, incredibly large creature, standing across this great expanse of ponds amongst the waterfall mushrooms. This lion with wings. This white mane, celestial runes on its fur, like a leopard's print. And Misha and this beast make eye contact. Still, unmoving eye contact. 1 minute becomes 5 minutes. 5 minutes becomes an hour. Mods, I'd like you to make a poll for me right now. The two options are attempt to speak and leave. And I will let chat vote. We are back in the Terrapine Tourism Terrace inside the Blushing Pear. Can I get a thumbs up for all my players that we are good to continue? Safety check. All right, thank you. So, Adriel, you had just slid your shoes on in an attempt to go and find your not girlfriend. When
she didn't say no, so
when your not girlfriend, your best friend, and your best friend's not girlfriend all stumble through the door together in a heap. Now, I need to know from the three of you, is a shot and 2 alcoholic drinks enough to get your character buzzed?
how strong are the drinks?
Yes, it is a city of thieves.
Okay.
This is hard liquor and strong beer. Current's gone. Thank you for your honesty.
Definitely buzzed. Definitely buzzed. Maybe not like gone, but like definitely buzzed.
And if you would like to leave it up to the dice, I will let you make a Constitution roll as well.
I'll do a roll.
All right, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw, Winona. You know, things are things. All right, what's that score?
11.
Oh, it's an 11. You're fucking drunk, Winona. Oh my god. You had thieves beer. Thieves beer is very, very fucking strong. It was like a dark chocolatey ale, and you are floating a little. Okay. And Gideon, you are very good at showing up to class a little bit drunk from last night. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm A-okay.
Yeah.
Gideon doesn't get like blackout drunk a lot ever,
No.
but they are a practice drinker, and so it takes a lot to get them there.
Thank you, chat, for your vote. We will visit this at the next Chaos Bar. We continue.
Brian is writing a note. She's not paying attention to the 3 drugs, so just stumbled in the door.
Adriel looks up.
Ew.
Adriel surveys Adriel watches the 3 of them enter. Kind of like, you know, when you're pulled over for DUI, they're checking to see if you walk in a straight line. It's that. She's looking at them, trying to survey who's drunk and who's not drunk at this moment in time.
I imagine like Gideon's in the middle with their arms around Current and Winona, like stabilizing them both and trying to radiate calm energy because they're okay. And they're like,
Gideon, let go.
no,
Let go.
no.
Okay. Okay. And Adriel will get up.
I'm being responsible. Isn't that what you want?
How did the last 30 minutes go, Gideon?
Not bad.
Okay.
And Gideon lets go of them to hold up a finger to go, not bad.
Winona just kind of falls into the doorframe.
Oh god.
Oh, yeah, not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. And Adriel will move to sit Winona down on one of the beds.
I'm not Winona's dad. Okay. I accidentally invented a new drink. It's called the Skyfall, and that was genuinely on accident, and I thought it was pretty cool. So it was supposed to be one drink, and then when I went to go get the one drink, I invented the second, so then we had the second, but we didn't have any more than that. And then the person in the bar was super nice, and I asked him about the whole like Nikita thing, because that was really confusing, which ended up kind of being nothing.
You did
But
what?
they like I asked him about the whole Nakia thing because I'm just curious. It's literally nothing, though. I think. I mean,
Gideon,
they,
you can't just go around asking people about people. That's not how it
I
works
learned
here.
that. They told me
How
that
did
really
you-
nicely.
Okay.
Well, I asked if they knew who they were, and they
Mhm.
said they're not really allowed to say. And I was like, I get it. And then they said, but if you were asking, here's 2 people to ask. And so then I bought them a couple Skyfalls because I thought that was kind of like a power
You
move because
bought
I
them
just
a
made that drink as a gift. They
Oh
helped
my
me sign the
God.
note. And then I went over and talked to them for a little bit. And I learned that it's just some person at East's Fidelity with like a cape like mine. And it's really nothing. But they also said that the 50,000 gold thing was a trap. So we shouldn't even bother with it, which it was kind of obvious. But it was a harmless conversation. And then we went back upstairs and we brought appetizers and nothing else happened. I swear.
I don't even know where to start.
I'm just not going to start, Adriel will say as she takes one of the things of French fries from Gideon.
Brand's gonna go back to writing her note, but she keeps this face.
Adriel will take like her like water flask thing, her water bottle, whatever the fuck she has to keep water in, and give it to Winona. And she looks at Current. How are you
Current's eating
feeling?
cake.
How are you
Current's
feeling?
just eating cake.
Current?
Have you had any of this cake yet?
I have not. How are you feeling?
Great. You should. Did you hear about Gideon's drink? It's fantastic. There's
All right.
a beer that felt. Yeah, it's just eating cake.
I think Brian finishes her note and like folds it and kind of sits up and she says, when are we supposed to go meet? I'm sorry, when are we supposed to go pick up your shoes, Current?
Oh shit, the shoes. They're supposed to meet us here, I think.
What time?
They said they would drop it off at midnight. It is 10 p.m.
Okay, so we got a couple hours. That might actually work out. All right. I am gonna go find a messenger to take this note into Terrapine. Would anybody like to come with me? Perhaps Gideon, since you seem to at least be able to walk. Adriel, will you be able to?
Babysit?
Yeah.
I always babysit, but sure.
I'm sorry. I don't want to take Winona or Current with me when they're like this, and I don't think we should leave these 3 alone. Just a thought.
You're right.
That's valid. They might sneak back
Okay.
down to the bar.
Exactly. And I need to get this into Terrapine. Oh, everything's gonna get worse.
Okay.
If I can at least move reliably without tearing open this thing, I don't know. Gideon?
I will come with you happily.
Adri goes over to Gideon and like kisses him on the head and just goes, I love you. You're just hard-headed. I'm not
I'll try
angry.
not to get them killed.
not-
I know I haven't been great at that. I'll do my best.
Adri will nod.
Gideon like gently bumps their head against Adriel and goes, "Thanks."
Yeah.
I genuinely accidentally just made a drink.
I
It was
know.
effortless and it tastes
It's
really
not your
good, and
fault
should
that
try
you're
it.
charming. I know, I get it. It's fine. Adri says
You're
as she's
charming.
like pushing Gideon out the door.
Gideon's like leaning out the door like, "No, you!" like being
Go
pushed
with
out.
Brian.
I will. Brian, we're gonna have fun. I want to make up for it
We're not
by
gonna,
not being
no,
fun,
we're,
by
we-
being
no,
responsible.
no. We're going to meet a single messenger. Oh, before we leave, Brian is going to ask Adriel for some money.
Yeah, what do you need? How much do you need? Do you think?
I mean, when I was doing this as a kid, I was price gouging a little bit, but I used to ask for like $250.
Okay, Adri puts like 500 gold in a purse and hands it to Brian.
All right, thank you. We'll be back. So what possessed you to get drunk and talk to people in Terrapine? About
I'm not
your
drunk.
life?
You're gonna laugh. You're gonna think I'm being silly. Do you want to know the answer? It's embarrassing.
We're here. What?
Are we like walking outside at this point? Like we waited to
Yeah,
get out
I
of the
think
town?
we're like, yeah. As long as Daddy May approves of this plan.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
When I was little, I would tell people my parents were alive and waiting for me down here. And then I come to this town and I find out someone has a cape that looks like mine, and it's a red cape. I feel so silly thinking
It's not really silly,
I thought it was like a lead, like, oh, it's maybe it's like your mom has a new name and like she's still alive, but that's silly. It's not real. I just
Gideon, somebody probably recovered it in the wilds and sold it at a pawn shop. I don't want to like crush your dreams here.
No, you're not. You're realistic, and they were. It's just that dreams. It's a thing I told people when I was a kid after they died to make myself feel better, and I am embarrassed that I even entertained the thought for a second in adulthood that it was anything relating to them, and it wasn't. It's just a person who has a red cape and is a tiefling. It could have been Gemma. For all I know, you know, it's
somewhere in the distance. This is a little extra mini chaos. Somewhere in the distance, we hear, "Thanks, love. 500 gold, then." And then we hear the sound of something being exchanged. The scene continues.
Oh my god. Do you still have your cape? Yeah, you were wearing it. Gemma couldn't have taken it from. Okay, I'm sorry. We gotta deliver this note. I'm really hoping that she comes. And then can we approach the stairs where the kids are, or wherever they are?
Yeah, you approach the stairs. There's like a set of like 3 little kids playing like a game of marbles. They're pinging it back and forth.
Okay. Brian is gonna crouch down and go, so which one of you wants to take this into Terrapine?
Play. Oh, yes. Sorry. Oh, sorry. We thought you were Kenny. We told him he couldn't play like 6 times. Yeah, go and rate nighttime hours. It's nighttime, right? Nighttime hours. I run it in the city. Last job in the night. I could get you for 25 gold.
All right, seems fair. I need you to get it there fast, though. Like, really fast.
Good thing you approached the fastest kid in all the Terrapine. How fast are we talking?
Fast enough that this person can get here within the next hour?
I'm faster than that. What is it?
Just this note. If I give you an extra 10 gold, do you promise not to read it or sell it to anybody?
I do that for 15 gold.
If I give you 25, will you book it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give this kid 75 gold.
Their eyes light up. They like take it and they're like,
if I hear anything about anybody learning the contents of this note other than who it's intended for,
you need to get into Terrapine to do that. I'll be back. And the kid, the kid waves at you, and they are gone as quickly as they were here.
would you like me to reveal the contents of the note? Or do you want to resolve that later?
Yes. Let us reveal some contents, shall we? Let's go ahead.
Do you want me to roll before I read it, or do you want me to roll after?
I'd like you to read it first. Yes.
All right. So the note that Brian sends says, Yastira, I know I said I'd never dock in your doorstep again, but I need to see you. If there's anything left of what we had, meet me at the Blushing Pear at midnight. I'll be at the corner table. Love, Belia.
You signed it, love. Interesting. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. No whammies. Oh, whammy. Oh, no.
Can I give Sam my inspiration for watching He's All That last night?
non-transferable. Sorry. You would have had
What
to
if
have
I
viewed
watched
he's
you
all that
with you?
A tempting offer. I would seek Terrapine to pay a greater cost later on. Should you commit,
No, I'm
I
good.
should agree.
I'm good. That scares me. Sam, it's up to you.
Okay, wait. So what's the deal?
Terrapine would pay a greater price later on, and you could re-roll. No guaranteed success.
I'll sit on it. I'll just take the 4.
No sitting to be. Oh, that's the choice.
Yeah.
All right. The letter has been sent. Gideon and Brian, you two are kind of just standing about.
So we just wait for the child to come back?
Well, no, probably not. We can just go back to the inn. If she's coming, she'll come, and if she's not, she won't.
And this is your old friend?
Someone I knew before. Yeah.
Well,
What's that face
They better
for?
come
Why are
back
you
for
looking at me like that?
I am just curious and I like to know about you. Every information piece I get of you makes me happy because I like to know you and I am curious about your history because you're from here.
Wow. It really loosens your tongue when you drink, doesn't it?
Okay, I literally had 2 drinks.
Uh-huh.
You've seen me drunk, Brian.
I know.
You know
Mm-hmm.
this is not it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being nice. I regret it already.
What is it that you want to know, Gideon? Just ask.
Who is she to you? I'm just curious. Is she like a healer? Is she like your aunt? Is she like a friend?
Childhood friend.
Roll a deception check. Gideon, roll an insight.
Okay.
A 10. What is happening with the dice tonight?
What did I
And
roll?
why
A
are they
21?
A 10 to a
I
21, and we
see the-
continue.
I see your soul at the edges of your eyes, Brian.
Oh
I
my
know who she is
God.
to you. A childhood, just like Adrielle and I are childhood friends. That makes sense.
Can you
Like that? I won't pry if you don't want to talk. I'm just
After
trying.
that, I won't pry. The door's open, and I used a crowbar, but I won't pry.
We were engaged at one point.
Engaged? Who
Yeah.
proposed? You? Her?
It was a mutually agreed upon thing, and it didn't work out. Obviously.
Her loss.
We said we weren't going to do feelings.
We did. We did. You're right. I hope she comes through for you. You're worth coming through for.
Gideon.
That's just the truth. That's not feelings. That's the truth. All right?
I think Brian is actually like blushing a little bit.
Can I get perception checks from the two of you as you continue your walk home?
Indeed.
I'm too gay to notice anything. I rolled a 10.
I rolled a 15. I'm not doing much better.
Continue.
Aren't you getting back together with Adrielle? What
I think so. I don't know.
What was that? Did you hear that?
No. Did you hear it? What'd you hear?
Like a hissing noise. You didn't hear that?
No. Not that it's not real. I assume I didn't hear it and you did, so now I'm getting kind of freaked out.
Brian is going to turn so that her back is to Gideon's back so that they can kind of observe everywhere. And she's going to say, can you pay attention?
Yeah. Gideon looks around.
You're looking around. You are standing by one of the only fountains. It's right between the terrifying.
Slip, perhaps?
Oh, don't worry about me. The terrifying tourism district. I'm so sorry, besties. The tourism.
Reclunch.
So sorry, besties. Let me go ahead and drag you. You two are facing back to back. You are here. Ooh, I almost dropped you to the wrong page. One moment. I am obviously flustered. Okay. You are.
Bestie, all I see is the in map.
Oh, I know. I'm bringing you here now.
Oh,
my-
okay,
my
okay,
sweet
sorry.
friend.
I'm so stressed.
This is the fountain that the two of you are currently standing in front of.
Romantic.
It's probably 4 blocks from your inn.
Yeah, I think Brian is like paranoidly looking around.
Great. You can see that this is classic for the tourism district. About 10 p.m. If you're not in an inn, you're fucking gone. Right? Like you're not gonna hang out outside in Terrapine. You're gonna go back to the guild where you're like into Terrapine where you're safe, or you're going to retreat to whatever crevice you have found safety in for the evening. And there are like some people like walking to destinations, like that's very common. Most people, however, would do it from the shadows, as is the Terrapinian way.
Gideon, we need to move.
Okay.
Okay. I want you to keep an eye out that way, and we're just gonna walk very casually back to the inn. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, there's no need. I think we're amongst friends here.
Do you recognize this voice?
Coming out from the side where the barrels previously were, you see a flash of magic. And Rowan is standing in front of you. The woman from earlier. She has a soft smile on her face. And she says, "My new friend Gideon. Brine." Brine, you do not recognize this person. She knows your name. All the same.
Don't believe we've had
This
the
is-
pleasure.
This is the nice person I was telling you about earlier that, you know.
Is that what you call them in
thought that-
Kurthus? Nice people.
I thought,
Gideon.
I don't know.
She like lifts her hands up and does like a this motion. What can we do for you?
I do wish I told you I just came here to entertain some weary travelers.
Hmm. Didn't think so.
My mistress has taken a great deal of interest in you.
Your mistress, huh? Who would that be?
Sinpira.
Do I know who this is?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Chill strikes through you. The only person in Terrapine who uses undead souls to get her jobs done. The guild master living from the old world, Sinpira, guild mistress of Ice's Fidelity.
Oh, she was literal about the souls. Okay. For the 50,000 souls that I'm learning.
This is your new friend, Gideon?
I thought so.
She gives
I
you a
just bought them
winning grin.
I bought them a drink and asked about Nikia because I was just curious.
I
And
assume
then
Nakia is part of your guild then?
Nikia is a member of Ice's Fidelity.
Mm,
Yes.
mhm.
But
And
that's not who's asked after you.
Assume Senpira is not looking to sponsor our entry into Terrapine.
Well, I don't speak for the mistress.
But will you take us to her?
But if she wanted anything but pleasure from you, your blood had already drained. Your blood would already stain that fountain. Make no mistake. Your assassin's jobs that you've taken this far, Brian, they've been somewhat impressive, but nothing remarkable. I could kill you within 5 seconds. That's a promise, not a threat.
So what happens now?
You hear a more sophisticated voice say, "Great question." And in front of you, you hear a and then a thunk as she looks down and an arrow has pierced through her heart. And you hear her go, and you see this poison spread from this arrow in an instant, shriveling dark black magic across her tendrils, sucks her body dry of essence. She crumbles to the ground. A different woman steps from the shadows, bow at her back. Deftly stepping over, heels, no armor, dress, striding towards the two of you. By now, Rowan's form has disintegrated. And she steps over the dust. Sorry about that. She
Comes
was a
with the
decent
job, I
lay.
imagine.
Nothing incredible. You'd keep us secret witnesses of this, right?
No question.
Mm-hmm.
I like that about you.
Mm-hmm. And you are?
Just a woman with a question.
What's your
One, and
question?
I'm out of your hair.
Mm-hmm.
What disguise is Gemma Vario using in this goddamn town?
What's it to you?
Everything.
What makes you think I know what disguise Gemma's wearing? If you know Gemma, you know that she's probably changed it 5 times by now.
No, she's a creature of habit.
Is she?
She likes developing little stories for each of her characters. They stay the same the whole time. What is Gemma's face in this city?
Who's asking?
Me.
And you are?
Who are you?
Gideon? Quiet.
Sorry.
One. An arrow slowly comes down. 2. She hitches it in her bow. Wrath burning at your throat. Your scar aches at your back, Brine. 3. She
Okay.
brings it up.
If I tell you this information, what are you going to do with it?
Take care of a rat.
It's a rat named Gemma Vario?
Not up to me.
Who's it
I'd
up
return
to?
her to the payer.
And you won't tell me who that is, I assume?
In our profession?
Mm-mm.
No.
Not normally, no. Somebody
can
as
warn her,
slick as
though.
you with that bow and arrow, though. I'm curious.
You can be curious all you want, Brine.
How much time do I have?
Oh, a head start for her? Oh man, she'll be back in the city in about 2 hours. Someone's already sent a message. 4 hours at max. You can stay. I have no qualms with you. I just have a rat I need to speak to.
Speak. It's a nice word for it. Can I?
Can you?
I'm looking at my character sheet really quick. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely don't remember what her disguise looks like, so I can't even tell even if
I do.
She was, she picked the
Tall,
disguise
blonde,
of a
elvish woman.
blonde, tall, high society woman.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one that was just disintegrated?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Mm,
What's your call, Brian? Do you need help looking at rules or anything?
so I'm curious.
I'll press on indecision, but I'll help with mechanics.
Sure. So I want to know. I have cunning action as a bonus move, which I know we're not in combat,
No.
but I'm wondering if we can twist it a little bit.
Your cunning actions are just to hide and to move slightly faster, correct?
I want to try to take her.
If you were trying
bow.
to... Okay.
I want to try to
that
dart
would-
forward and take it from her.
Be grappling,
Okay.
and we would go into grappling tactics at that
Okay.
point.
I have an idea.
What's your idea?
I have invisibility, and I can cast it on one of the person at a third spell slot, which I can do. So I can cast invisibility on you and I, and try and get the fuck out of here, if that works.
I mean,
Or
I
you
don't.
can grapple.
Sounds like you have a backup plan. Ryan,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
First, I want to roll an insight check
Roll.
before I do anything else. That's a nat 20.
Natural 20, she doesn't definitely care if you live or die right here. She does look like she'd be a decent fight given the condition you two are in.
Okay.
The only giveaway is the tattoo of a serpent on her ring finger. This is a serpent. This is one of the famous assassins of the Fidelity League.
Okay.
You probably also get the feeling the person who was just murdered senselessly was also that.
Okay. So I think Brian's gonna kind of take a second, and then she kind of like cricks her neck a little bit, and then she says, "So, how far up the ranks did you move when you killed that one?"
Oh, her.
Hmm.
She's maybe 2 years into the league. Not much to worry about.
Interesting how you had to choose to kill her then. Seems like you probably could have just ignored her.
I have no interest in splitting the bounty offered to me.
Hmm. She's gonna go for it. She's gonna try to take the bow.
All right.
What do I need to do, dear?
Yeah. Sorry, I just remembered that you were going to need walk through grappling. So, grab, please.
I
grappling.
usually play spellcasters, please.
Yeah, a little different this. All right, so, okay, please move to grappling. Oh God, roll 20. Why did you do that? Okay, I'm back. Grappling. When you want a creature, you want to grab a creature or wrestle with it, technically the same, even though you're grabbing for one of their items.
Mhm.
The target of your grapple must be no more than one size larger than you. She's not. Using one free hand, you try to seize the target by making a grapple check instead of an attack roll. A strength athletics check contested by the target's strength, which is athletics, or dexterity, which is acrobatics.
Okay, so I will make an athletics check,
Yes.
and it will be a contested roll.
Yes.
Okay. I rolled a 19.
Cool.
And you rolled a 12.
All right. You go and tell me what it looks like as you pull this bow from her.
I just accidentally closed roll 20. Oh no. So Brian kind of like looks away, and she actually is gonna like tilt her head a little bit and like make eye contact with Gideon. And she just like does this. She just goes, and then she turns and she does like a very quick like forward roll, and then she's gonna like go up from underneath because she's so small and grab this bow and the arrow that she had cocked like out of this woman's hands, and then she's gonna like very quickly back up and snap it over her knee.
All right. I would like initiative rolls from Gideon and Brine.
Okay, I have to get back into roll 20. Please give me a moment. I'm so sorry.
Gideon, you have advantage on this initiative from Vigilant Blessing.
Oh, thank you.
And I have advantage on my initiative, so I'm going to roll this as well.
I rolled an 11.
I rolled a 13.
Okay. 12. Okay, so you have to touch someone to cast invisibility on them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So she's going to get one action instead of two because you rolled higher than her before you can touch Brine to turn her invisible, to keep her in relative safety from this woman. Brine, you grab this. Are you rolling backwards? Are you moving back? This
Yeah,
is a big bow, remember, you are a halfling.
Yeah, I like kind of jogged backwards and then snapped the thing over my knee.
So you're running backwards in the
Yeah.
moment that there is that moment of like that glance down to like look to make sure like you're able to break it over your knee proper.
Mhm.
In that moment when you have that single glance down going to snap, Gideon, you watch this woman lurch forward. In this single lurch, her form shifts instantly from that of a human to a dark obsidian snake that is launching at Brine. Brine, a snake, reaches out to snap at you in
So badass.
unforgiving fierceness. Yeah,
Sorry.
the Women's Assassin League is good at their jobs.
Mhm.
And she goes to basically she in this moment is going to try and just like get on top of Brine. So Brine, I'm going to need you to roll a the one that's not athletics. So because you're a rogue, so you're going to want to use not that. Whatever the acrobatics to try and get out of this grapple. Yep.
Okay. Nat one.
A natural one
Halfling.
is not going to work.
I'm a halfling. Get fucked. Hold on. Thank you for the reminder, my sweet friends.
No, you told me to get fucked. Okay.
I love you. It was a 5.
Oh,
so
it's
it
a
didn't
5.
matter.
Great.
So much better.
So,
Doesn't matter.
You feel this constrictor wrap around you in a moment. You're just a halfling. This snake's fucking big. And you feel as this snake bites into you, dealing 6 damage. In this moment, sweet brine, I am taking a string on you.
Okay. My cats are fighting behind me. That's a good mood right now.
And you need to add the condition watched. Some sort of unmistakable poison falls under your blood, into your blood, under your skin and bone. No.
I have advantage on saving throws against poison. I also have resistance against poison damage.
So you have resistance on poison damage, so you'll go ahead and half that to 3 damage. Resistance to poison means that the damage is lessened, not that I don't get to watch you.
That's fine. And is this a clearable condition or is this a locked condition?
It is a clearable condition. The only way to clear it, the unhealthy clearing way is to surrender yourself to your watcher. And then you can successfully clear it like any other condition, should you need to.
Okay, and what does this do to me?
Nothing. Just that. You are now being watched.
Okay.
Does it clear when the poison clears?
What a question you wouldn't know the answer to.
Oh, no.
Continue.
No, I'm just confused about the way that it works.
That's a valid feeling to be feeling. Sorry, bestie.
We may find out eventually. Okay.
Eventually, or you'll die first. It tightens on you. What is the form? What is the form? The snake speaks in your ear. Brine is as she is coiled around you. She is demanding the answer.
Brian gasps and says, "I can bite too, bitch." And then she's gonna, I know that it's not my turn, but she's gonna just like drop one of her daggers from her sleeve into her hand as like a preparation action.
Gideon, it is now your chance.
Okay.
You can try to.
I have another idea.
You hold on. This is your last chance to de-escalate. We are on the highway. This is the last exit. This is the de-escalation exit on this highway. And if you would like to take it, this is your last chance. There are several things you can do. You know the answers she's looking for. You have invisibility. You could fight her if you choose. But you can see in just that around Brine, her back started to bleed through her shirt. You have no guarantees.
Okay.
You can still pick this fight. I just wanted to make sure that all of the avenues were open to you.
Yes, I had sort of an idea. It's not quite invisibility, but it is a form of de-escalation. Thunderstep lets me take someone with me as I teleport away. Can I grab Brian's hand and cast Thunderstep and just get the fuck out of there?
Thunderstep? I have not heard of her. Let me check her out.
I saw Emily Axford do this. They took someone and saved them by like just touching them. And I explode thunder where I was, and then I am teleporting away as far as I can see down the lane.
That's
and I
pretty
assume
sick.
I will have a turn to turn invisible by the time she fucking finds me. So I'm getting my wife out of here and running. Please, if I may.
Now, here's the thing. If I was a mean DM, I would tell you this wouldn't work because Brine was grappled. However, I will give this to you.
What's the catch?
Should you just How do I phrase this? Keep it sleazy. You know, just like, keep it sleazy. If that's the deal. I'll give it to you if you keep it sleazy, Molly. How's it sound?
That's the only way I know how to keep it.
All right, the
Great.
deal has been accepted. You tell me what it looks like as. Oh no, I remember what the deal was. I forgot. I want a wild magic surge. That's my price.
Okay. Let me.
I was like, what the
Hold on.
fuck does keep
I
it
forgot.
sleazy mean?
I
Same.
knew
I was like,
gonna.
hello?
I forgot the name for wild magic, and I was like, you'll remember it in 5 minutes. Just call it keeping it sleazy for a hot second.
I don't remember how to do a wild
It
magic.
was very
surge on
sexy,
20.
but it was very confusing.
I
18.
can 18 on the wild magic surge table. Oh, I haven't been a good DM
Well,
like TK was. And
You know what?
didn't
I'll
make.
keep my mouth shut. Go ahead.
Yeah, that sounds right. We look. Okay. 18.
I think if I roll a 1, I surge, but
Can I also just point
I'll let
Oh
something
you
no,
out?
guys
really
I
quick?
wanted a surge. That's what I
Oh,
would
yeah, just
like.
do it to me.
I want to point out a quick sauce thing. Depending on which hand you grab, there might be a knife in Brian's hand, so I might end up injuring you in this process.
whatever.
I'm just pointing it out.
You grab onto the hand with a knife.
Perfect.
Gideon, you feel your skin tear, and that's what distracts you for this brief moment. And this thunder erupts. Tell me what Gideon's magic looks like.
I think with this particular spell, it is this like red and purple thunder that like explodes out of their body as they yell "fuck off" and grab Brian's hand and then like turn to run down the lane, and it just like blows up out of them, and I think like breaks one of the wings off of this statue, and like water goes flying out, and that's like electrified too, and maybe like windows shatter in buildings nearby because it's like a very big area of effect. And then your baby, I think, has to take a little bit of damage.
Yes. It will be 3d10. Would you like me to roll it?
Yeah.
Okay. 18 points of damage as she is blown away by the thunder. You can actually see the thunder crack the statue, and like one of its fingers falls off into the fountain itself. You see the snake coil in a moment. Brian, you can't even see the lady anymore. Mostly because it's dark and she's far away, but also two, because you look over at Gideon, and Gideon has a beard entirely compromised of feathers right now, and you do not know how you were going to break that to her literally anytime soon. That is really distracting.
How permanent? Just for
Like,
player reasons?
You don't know how permanent. You as a player, why would you need to know as a player?
I don't know.
Technically, I think it said, I just looked away, but I think it lasts until you sneeze, in which then it evaporates. So there you go, Gideon.
They're like purple and red.
Yeah,
feathers.
absolutely. For those of you who are new players who may not know, wild magic means that it is raw magic and it is untamed magic, and that sometimes when you are casting it in great moments of increased stress or just stretching your magic, it comes with some consequences.
It just spills out a little bit.
It just spills out a little bit, and in this time it is just a completely feathery beard. You start, running back to the inn. You watch her change in an instant. Her tall, picturesque tiefling form comes back, the lifted chin, broken bow at her feet. Gideon, you look back once, and that one time you look back, she just winks at you.
Cool.
What the fuck just
We
happened?
cut to the inn. How are things in the room?
Adriel has given the children water and fed them and fed herself and is like sitting in the middle of the room, like on the floor, like with like her journal and like one of her like spell books, and is like deciding what spell she's gonna pray for when she goes to bed.
Perfect. Hell yeah. I love that for us. We cut back now to when Gideon and Brine arrive back in this room.
Adriel looks up, sees that Brian is bleeding, sees that Gideon is covered in feathers, and then I'm just gonna give y'all a moment.
And then Gideon just says, I have to pee, and then walks right into the bathroom. Molly, you're fine. Leave. Go.
Molly's headphones stopped working.
Molly's headphones just also stopped. We'll tell Molly that they can go. And Gideon, in a single quick moment, says, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm not dealing with this right now, and just walks off.
Where
Molly,
does
you're
she
free to
put
leave in a second.
Brian?
Yeah, go pee.
Yeah, go.
Gideon is
Go,
going to
Molly.
pee.
You're free.
Go.
Thank you. My
You're
friend
free.
set up
You're
right at the
free.
beginning of tea break.
You're take your freedom.
Adri looks at Brian, who I guess has been put on something. She's still bleeding.
I mean, she's still walking.
Right,
It just
okay.
tore open in a certain section. It's bleeding through the shirt.
Oh, okay.
It hurts like a bitch, but you're still up.
Princess, I hate this fucking town. This
What
is the fucking reason
happened?
that I left.
What happened?
Terrapine happened. L. Jesus.
Well, sit so that I can heal you. And
She said.
Jesus, fuck. And she like looks at Brian's shoulder. Did you get bit? What the fuck did you get bit by?
A snake lady, a really hot snake lady. I hate it here.
Okay, so a snake. Are you poisoned?
I don't know. Probably.
Adri
Do I look
sighs.
poisoned?
Adri, at this point, takes her hair and like ties it in like a really high like top knot, and like puts her hands on Brian and just kind of goes, "Can I do magic on you? Am I allowed?"
Yeah.
All right. And then she's gonna cast Lesser Restoration on Brian. And so if you're watching, you'll just see like the ribbons of silver and gold and purple kind of envelop Brian for a second as her magic takes place.
Brian just looks kind of uncomfortable.
I'm sorry. I know it's not
The condition
fun.
has been cleared.
Thank you.
I have a quick conditions question, actually, really quick. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I had the frightened condition.
Yeah.
And I did something with Gideon in an episode to try to clear it, and then we never resolved if I had cleared it.
Yeah,
like,
'cause
shared something from my
you had to
past.
ask the question and ask if it was helpful, and she said yes, so you were able to clear it.
So I was able to clear it. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Molly, welcome back. Brian is no longer poisoned, nor does she have the condition. So welcome.
Gideon, Brian, let me try it again. While Brian is being healed, she's gonna go, Gideon, come here. And kind of like go
What?
like this. Adriel, where are you standing? with
I'm
Brian?
like, so if you're sitting like on the bed, Adriel's like to your right.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, are Current and Winona asleep?
I don't know. Are y'all asleep?
I think Curran is awake and they're just kind of
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was gonna say I passed out as soon as I hit the bed.
Winona sleeping is
Out
my
cold.
favorite. My favorite motif. Thank you. And then Current, you are just like kind of awake, just like laying like with your like
Just
on the pillow,
vibing.
just like.
Yeah, I think maybe I sat up when I realized that I'm just like, why are we doing magic?
Oh my god.
What was in that drink?
So Brian like gestures for Gideon to come over, and then she like reaches for both of your hands and she's gonna pull you down so that you're like on your knees in front of her, so that you're at like an eye
Hi.
level.
Hello.
Hi.
And she's
Are you
gonna reach
okay?
up and just touch your face and go, Gideon, where did these come from?
Where-
Gideon?
Fuck, this hasn't happened since college. Oh, okay. All right.
This is a thing that happens to you? You
Does it
grow
look
feathers?
good at least? Does it look good this time?
It looks cute this time. Last
I
time it was
don't know how
ugly.
to answer that.
you,
Was
thank
it
you.
worse last time?
It was worse last time. They looked like really old, like withered
Yeah.
feathers, and it was very
Yeah.
patchy.
Well, it's nice and full, I guess. How do you get rid of it?
Oh, these ones are long. It's like peacock feathers. You look like a dwarf.
Oh my
It's
God.
great.
Beautiful.
How do you get rid of it? How does it go away?
Oh, I forget. There's so many of these. This is one of the easier ones. Adri, do you remember? I don't remember. Do you remember?
Would I
You did
remember?
it last time.
Okay, just as Adri, you remember the time that this happened in college. Gideon then sneezed and the feathers bursted from their face and Corbin couldn't see out of his right eye for a week. I would like everyone to make dexterity saving throws as Gideon sneezes.
Oh my
And not
God.
everyone, but just anyone who is like right next to Gideon, like staring at her face. So anyone who is doing that, please a
A
dexterity
dirty
saving throw.
20.
So not
18.
Winona, because Winona's very asleep. An 18. Current, you're sitting up on the bed, right? So you're not nearby.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I could be laying on the bed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you tell me if you were there, if you were getting in Gideon's business.
Oh, I was
please
just.
tell.
I think Current was kind of just hanging out on the floor, just like kind of spacing out on the ceiling.
Okay, all right. I love that for you, floor bass.
So I guess I could have feathers blow in my face.
No, you're just laying here on the floor. It's only for people who are within like I'm not gonna be able to see out of my eye distance.
Okay, yeah, no. I'm over here.
And so like just as you remember after you're like, oh my, and then like Gideon, you sneeze, and in this moment, the feathers violently burst from your face, like launch explosion. It's like you all just had like a pillow fight in your pajamas as these feathers all drift down to the ground.
Oh my God. This is what magic does? I'm so glad I don't have any fucking magic in my
Not
little
all
body.
magic.
Oh my God.
No,
Just Gideon's
mine.
magic.
Just
my
your
magic.
magic,
sucks.
that
Don't worry,
tracks.
Brian. It's just my magic. That's the worst. Don't worry.
I'm not saying that it's the
It's
worst.
everyone's
Be nice
reaction.
to yourself.
Oh no.
No. Be nice to yourself.
Brian very gently is gonna like kind of thumb over your like now clean jaw and go, that's better. Thanks.
Thanks. No, thank you. Are you both okay?
For what?
After we were attacked in the street,
No,
and that one wasn't my fault. It
Gideon,
wasn't my fault.
Adriel, that's the
Gideon.
first you hear of this. Current, this is the first
You
hear of
got it.
this.
I'm Adri.
Gideon.
Adri goes to yell and then stops for a second and goes, "You got attacked in the street. What do you mean?"
Brian says very
I'm
calmly,
sorry.
Gideon, will you look
Were
at
we
me,
supposed to
please?
lie? Yes.
Thank you for saving my life.
It was nothing. Happy to do it anytime. You were really cool right up when you broke the bow and everything. It was really cool right up until the snake part happened.
Thanks.
Yeah. Whatever. It was no big deal. Whatever. Gideon kind of like turns, like blushing. It's nothing.
Yeah, we Gemma, I guess, is in some deep shit. Which isn't surprising. That's kind of how Gemma operates.
Define deep shit, Brian. As Adri asked this, she's taking out one of the tinctures that Mara made for Brian and is like lifting up Brian's shirt to like clean the
Yes.
wound.
And remember to show the room on roll 20.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize
You
it was so
know,
bad.
We did.
An ancient, powerful League of Assassins is apparently after her.
Cool.
Yeah.
Love that. So, if Gemma, hypothetically, not saying this is gonna happen, but if Gemma, hypothetically, does get captured by this League of Assassins, what do we do? She asks as she starts wiping out your back and putting the healing tinctures on you.
Well, I guess that depends. If I'm healed, we get back on the boat and we get the fuck out of here. If I'm not healed, then we fight our way through a League of Assassins and rescue our captain.
We're not gonna rescue her no matter what. I thought it's Gemma.
Yeah.
I know she would leave us behind, but like,
Gideon, we don't
Current's
have
gonna
that
sit
kind
up
of
again.
time.
We are not leaving Gemma.
No.
Current.
She'd leave any of you in a heartbeat. You know that, right? She'd leave any of you in a heartbeat. She'd just leave you here. No question.
I'm better than that.
No, you're not.
Current, you're drunk.
No.
Lay down.
Adriel will turn to Brian and Gideon though and say, "So a hot assassin lady attacked you.
Yeah,
Why?"
Mhm.
they wanted information.
Okay. Cool. Are you
What time is it?
11:30.
cool?
Okay.
Do you need healing, Brian? Any more than that?
Did I get my hit points back?
No, I don't think you get your hit points back from lesser restoration.
Okay, that's fine. No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
How much?
I need to go. Current needs to sober up,
Okay.
and I need to get downstairs and meet with hopefully someone who's coming to help me fix this.
Do you want to wait for like 10 minutes? We have 10 minutes. You want to wait for 10 minutes?
Yeah.
What are we doing for 10 minutes?
I'm casting a spell to heal whatever is hurt on you, and she'll gesture to Brian and be like, "You're obviously hurt."
I'm fine.
You're gonna sit. You're gonna sit. You're gonna sit, and I'm gonna heal you, and you're gonna let me heal you. And she's like frustrated at this point. She's like, "I don't give a fuck. Everyone just needs to let me do the things that I know how to do because I can't fight."
I'm fucking leaving.
My magic doesn't grow feathers, and she's gonna cast Prayer of Healing, which goes for 10 minutes, and it's 2d8 plus my spellcasting modifier. So I will
Go ahead and get that roll.
Yeah, I'm trying to put it in chat. There we go. And then I'll roll. R 8 plus I think 6 is my spellcasting modifier. Hello? I can't. Hold on. There we go. 17 hit points, Brian.
Okay, well, I only lost 3, so that's
Well,
a little dramatic. But like,
I didn't
that's
realize. I
cool.
don't know how much you got hurt. I just saw numbers, so
It was
everyone
only 3.
everyone gets that if they need that, and we're
Thank
fine
you,
now.
though. Thank you. I'm very healed. I feel great, Adriel. Thank you.
She just wants to be helpful.
Brian does, like, after she's done grumbling, she kind of like, she says like, "Thanks, Adriel. It was nice.
Yeah.
Can we go downstairs now?"
Yeah, we can go downstairs now.
Okay.
Current Winona's asleep. Current, if you're coming with us, you can't drink. It's just water
We
for
can't
you,
leave
bestie.
Winona up here alone. That's a
Winona's
bad idea.
Okay, well,
I will take a water.
Just one?
I'll take a few waters.
Yeah.
all right. Well, I mean, I can stay with Winona if you want. It's fine.
Are you sure?
I mean, what am I gonna do downstairs?
I don't know.
Gideon, do you want to go with them, or you want to stay with me?
I'll stay. I think I need to stay here. Maybe I'll pop down later, but for now I'm gonna.
So you're
Yeah,
gonna let
maybe we can
Kurt
order room
do
service.
one moment. So we have 2 meetings happening at midnight.
Okay.
We have the Ystira meeting, hopefully. You said meet me in the corner booth at midnight.
Mhm.
And we've got Alonia's midnight visit. So if Gideon, Adriel, and Winona are all in the bedroom, that means that the 2 attendees are both attending their meetings alone.
Not great, besties.
Is this
No, I'll
intentional?
go. I'll go.
Okay, but wait, because if you go, then you can only go with one person. You're not gonna be able to go to both.
Maybe
meetings.
everybody should go. Should we wake Winona up?
No, we can leave Winona asleep and then lock the door.
Winona can sleep. Gideon tucks in Winona. Literally,
Is there
like,
some kind of observation
Wonderful.
spell or something that we can put on Winona, besties? I don't like the idea of leaving
Steam.
Winona alone.
Hold on. Let me check.
Winona kind of stirs awake and then rolls off the bed and hits the floor.
Oh no.
Do you
okay?
stir at all?
Good
Does
morning.
Winona snore?
Very softly.
Just a little soft baby snores. I love
But where is everybody going?
Oh,
We're going downstairs to meet with various
Downstairs.
nefarious folks. You want to come?
Yeah, I don't want to stay alone.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want you to stay alone either. Let's go.
Okay.
And then Brian's gonna hold out her hand.
Oh.
And then I take it and I get up.
Let's go
And I
down.
stumble
Alright.
a little bit, but we're making it and we're doing it.
You know, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, as the great Kelly would say to me. So let's go ahead and let's zoom back out on this map. And will everyone position themselves where they are in the tavern when midnight strikes on the clock?
Hello, sorry, there was a spider in this room. So if you saw me
Hmm.
writhing in my seat,
Like
So sorry, bestie.
not here. He's not welcome here in this Airbnb, sir. Steven, find the
That's-
spider. Find the spider, please. Thank you. I know you're in the middle of cooking, but there's a spider.
This must be dope.
Oh my God.
The spider must be dope.
Spider in our home. I seen it.
Okay. So I'm gonna go around and now that you've had a minute to place yourselves, we're gonna go around and you're gonna tell me why you're placed there. So let's start with Gideon.
Oh wait, I meant to go over here. I'm with Brian currently.
Okay.
I think Gideon's nervous after what just happened and is sort of not ready to not be protectively hovering over Brian.
Okay. Cool. Winona.
Honestly, I just followed where Brian went. And I
Okay.
popped
Yeah.
myself
Bestie's holding
right
hands.
next to her. Yes.
My bestie
Okay.
friend.
Adriel.
I'm current chaperone for the rest of the trip, so
So are you standing at the table or are you sitting
I'm
at the table?
sitting at the table next to them so that I can like hear the conversation going on.
But doesn't look as obvious.
Right.
Gotcha. So I'll sit you here. Okay, cool. So can I get a rock, paper, scissors match between Lyrica and Sam for me?
Wait. Okay, wait.
I'll call it.
Okay.
Rock. Okay, it's gonna go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. You shoot on shoot. Rock,
Okay.
paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay. Rock. I swear to God. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay. So current.
Oh my god.
Your patron shows up 5 minutes before midnight. How kind of them. A simple shoebox. Not unlike our idea of shoebox, but this one is a bit nicer. A leather with almost a scale on the top. Alonia enters the pub. You see her give a quiet, knowing nod to you see that only what's her fucking face, the other air Janazi, she's bartending there at the front, so she's got that going on, she's got all the drinks going on. You see her give a just a humble nod Alonia's way as Alonia enter. Besides that, there's no huge reaction to Alonia's presence as she looks around the shop, the bar, and then her eyes come to land on you, Current. Current, what energy are you trying to give off in this moment?
I am trying to have an air of confidence about myself, but still, I think maybe if you looked real close, you can see that clip of like uncertainty because like I don't exactly know who I'm dealing with, and because of how things occurred in the shop, so I'm like apprehensive, but also want to make sure that I look like not completely like I don't know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. And I think this is the first time of light, right? This light is hitting their skin, and you can see that this is now a rock Janazi with some sort of golden lines along the fracturing of their skin. They slowly approach, calmly, without fear. your table and come to sit down across from you. In that moment, Adriel, how do you feel?
I think I'm just keeping a watchful eye on Current
Mm-hmm.
to like make sure that nothing is going down. And then also like looking at the Genasi, not trying to like be obvious, but like I'm intrigued by her obviously because I've never seen any other Genasi besides Current.
Or like this is to be a flux folk, right?
Right.
Your first introduction.
Right. So there's that.
Is it everything you imagined?
It's fucking terrifying and she hates it. Like, I think Adri is always at the crossroads of like wanting the pursuit of knowledge and then knowing that this knowledge might kill her. Yeah.
And this Genasi takes a seat, looks across. Good evening, Current.
Good evening. I hope your day was well.
Incredibly well. I hear you're already having quite a day as well.
Well, guess had to make an impression for the first day in Terrapine.
A smile grows across her face. I love that. They place the box down on the table and they slide it across to you. They say, just like that, boots of elven kind, complete stealth whenever you wish it.
Am I able to? Can I? Is it a open face box or is it? I have to open it to look in.
It's close. It's almost like a hat box because it's got a
Okay.
sort of circular like thing to it. You're gonna have to like lift it up.
Okay, I think I'll lift it up and take a look and smile because they're amazing, and then say they're incredible.
These boots have a rich green and gilded energy to them. Strong, sturdy heel and fine embroidery, completely craftsman expertly done. Alonia smiles.
These are amazing. Your talent. Thank you. I know.
Adriel
I know.
immediately wants to kill Current.
The Fluxbook lets out just a completely endeared laugh and waves to the bartender to bring over a drink.
Adriel shoots
You
a look
must
at Current.
stop doing that.
You know, you aren't the first person to tell me that.
Yes, but I'm the first person to offer you a solution, dear Current. And they pull out this ring and they set it on top of the box. And they say, these are thank you rings, very common for young children. When you put it on, when you're going outside and not dealing with your mother, you will be unable to say thank you. Most children have it removed by the age of 10, but I figured it would be a useful training wheel.
Can I insight check to see if
Yes, please. I'd love
this
that.
is truthful?
Can I also
Yes.
insight check?
Yes, you may. A 12 and a 9.
Oh wait,
Yep,
I
this
get
ring looks
advantage
good.
on my first roll of the night.
You did watch He's All That with me.
No,
You
no,
may have
no,
advantage.
for the chaos.
Oh, yeah, you can have advantage then.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. Hold on. I rolled Arcana by accident. Nat 20!
Oh shit! Well, you were. I mean, just from your general magic sense, I'm gonna treat this insight as an arcana. You try to reach out in the essences of the world, Adriel, and nothing immediately screams of danger to you. That's the best sense you've got right now.
Okay.
Current, no fucking way to know, but it's a pretty ring. It's got a nice little gem on it.
I assume this is, this is a kindness that I don't. Why?
Why? It's a good question, and it's one you should ask often. I would have a hard time answering it. Not much interests me anymore, and you do. I like to entertain that when things like this stumble into my path. Now, you made me a promise. You feel the hair on your skin stand up when they say that. You said you would speak of your story to me.
What part of my story would interest you most?
I ask you start at the beginning. I'd like to hear all of it. And at that point, the Janazi comes down and sets two beautiful glasses of wine down in front of the two of you. And Alonia just says, "My tab, darling." The other Janazi nods.
Well, I suppose there's a whole lot and not a lot to tell at the same time. I grew up in Kurthis, as you were able to surmise that I was from Kurthis. I've lived my life amongst the people there, spent my time within the walls. I guess the truth is I know next to nothing about my real parents, how I ended up where I was, why they died.
Hurricane Janazi are rare, but their rareness does make your likelihood of answers more likely, does it not?
How so?
Well, if they are rare and hard to come by, you would have a better chance of making a list and start crossing it off. If there are only 100 Hurricane Janazi in Akramon, then you'd need to go meet them all one by one until you found your answers. 100 sounds like a lot until you think of 100 seconds or 100 days, 100 minutes.
I have waited a lot of days for answers.
Then 100 more wouldn't be many. Is that why you left? Answers.
Yes and no.
Then why did you leave?
Well, I left because my family left. And I wasn't going to let them go without me.
You have several family members in this room.
I do.
She makes eye contact with you for a moment, Andriel, and then looks back at Current, and says, "And why is your family on this quest?"
I think I'll take a moment to kind of catch the eye of Adriel if I can.
Andrew's eyes just say, "Be as vague as possible, bestie."
Adri's eyes are screaming.
Yes.
Yelling eyes. But Alonia's are warm and inviting.
Well, I guess they're out here for a lot of the same reason. Answers to questions.
That is not the truth. And you, at that point, our attention is pulled. There is a moment, a sweeping Hollywood moment of a very hot adventurer entering the bar. Much like in this world where you are not the protagonist, you are simply one of the hordes of NPCs whose head turns as this knight, for lack of a better word, walks through the door. This hot, she's got these like she's still got armor on, right? You see a lot of people in like leathers wandering around here, but like steel armor is not as common. So this big shoulder piece that comes down in this line of small throwing daggers across this bandolier into this legged, this not like knee pads, but you know, armored legs as well, steel on the legs, and these strong combat boots. However, open arms, biceps out, biceps fully out. A single like brace that you can see these tiny little vials on, mixtures of colors, unintelligible for what they are. You actually hear like 3 people go, "Hey!" when they enter. That's the life of a hero. And especially one from an S tier guild member of Hawkmongress. The sigil of the hawk emblazoned on their armor. She is impeccable. Her emerald green eyes, brunette hair shaved on one side, a scar right underneath her cheek. She is looking around the bar. And Brine, you were not expecting her to lock in on you. Do you recognize this person?
Oh, yes, I do.
All right. Morrow Graham walks in, and you know, in the moment that she notices you, she walks up to the bar, like immediately beer put in her hand. She picks it up, you know, 6 gold pieces on the counter, you know, tossed with her other hand. And she walks over to your table and stands there and sets the beer down with like a Brine. No, I did it. I do it every time.
I'm sorry that I made that hard for you, bestie.
No, it's fine. Please just correct me every time. I'm so sorry. My brain is
Belia.
gone. Belia.
What are you doing here? How did you know I was here?
I am responding to a letter sent to my fiance at 11 p.m.
Brian's face goes white.
My fiance is asleep in her bed.
I didn't know. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Had I known, I wouldn't have sent it.
I know. That was a threat.
I know.
Yeah. You're back.
Temporarily? Does that concern you?
No, but it would concern Ystera, and what concerns her concerns me. You're not here to confess your love a week before my wedding, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not here to confess my love, Jesus.
Gideon makes a weird noise.
Brian looks at you like, are you good?
Oh, I'm great. Gideon sips on a drink.
At this point, Morrow like looks and pulls the note like outside of that little shoulder armor, sets it down on the countertop. Says, "This note."
Yep.
Listen, and
I
Gideon
was
like puts an
just-
arm around Brian.
Uh-huh.
I don't know about you and your fiance, whatever this note
Yes,
has
my
to do with. It's
fiance
not-
Ystira.
Congratulations. I've never heard of her, but I'm sure you're very happy together.
Looks at
As
Brian.
are me and
looks back.
Brian. Gideon, arm around Brian, a weird competitive glint in their eye. Listen, this isn't that. Just to, any worries you may have, don't have them. We're good there. Trust me.
Brian
Gideon looks at Brian.
takes a second and like parses what is happening. And then she's gonna like reach up and like push her fingers through Gideon's where they're over her shoulder, and she just kind of like leans into Gideon's side a little bit, and she says, "I didn't know how to get Ystira's attention, but I'm very much taken, so there's no worries there."
Thanks, babe.
Brian like tilts her head up.
How is
towards you and
Winona
gives you a
doing in
little,
this
like,
moment? Oh,
face.
pause. Everyone pause. Winona, I need to know this face journey you've gone on. This journey of emotions as you are watching this play out. You're kind of like leaned up against the wall. You're still waking up a little bit.
There are a lot of things I know about Brian. There are a lot of things I don't know about Brian. There are things I don't really know about Gideon, but I assume that Gideon and Adriel, and I'm just kind of sitting here like, what the fuck is happening? Who is this? Also, this person's like really hot. What the fuck
They're
is
so
happening?
hot, and you are
Who's
closest
Fian-
to them. Like
Who's
you can feel.
fiance?
It's like when you know someone's close enough that you can like feel their heat radiating off of them. There's like a oh to it.
Oh.
So I I think that like she takes this in and she looks at the arm, and there's like there is a small smirk on her face, and I think she says this but not in a me way and not in an asshole way. She says, "Well, I'm glad you found someone in Karthus that can make you happy."
Me too. I did ask Ystira here for a reason, though. I wasn't trying to steal her away in the night, So
I also wanted to make sure that you didn't want, I don't know, money to harbor your on the run father.
no.
Just checking a few of the basics before I passed the message on.
Brian and I were too busy riding on my motorbike on a floating city at sunset multiple times for her to ever have time to smuggle out her dad. She just found out about it, and she's genuinely upset about it.
It's
Not to
okay.
overstep,
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry. It's just
Baby,
everyone
it's
thinks
okay.
you
We
did
can
it. You
listen. We don't need to explain anything to her. And Brian's gonna like kind of like turn and like look at you and give you like a very serious like, what the fuck are we doing? Expression, but it's all in her eyes.
That's it.
So then what do you want? Don't fuck around.
I'm not fucking around. I am gonna ask that we go somewhere private though, because I think that this might freak out some of the patrons in this bar.
Oh, for sure. Lure me into a dark room. Let's go.
We can bring Gideon if that makes you feel better.
No, Gideon can go wherever Gideon would like.
I'd like to go with Brian.
I'm so surprised. Let us all retreat to a dark room then. Will you be joining us? She looks to you, Winona, but doesn't know your name, so she just, there is a pause.
Do you want me to come?
If you
Why
like
not?
Nona.
Force a crowd.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's go.
To a dark room, then.
It sounds fun.
So,
Okay,
Brian, where are
great.
you going?
I think we're actually gonna go up to the room.
All right. The four of you go up to the room. Adriel, you hear that's a lie. At the same time, you watch the four of your friends go upstairs with a person. Three of your friends go upstairs with a person you've never met before.
Gideon
Good.
making panicked
Good
eye
on the
contact.
nerves.
Adriel's also making panicked eye contact. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. So we cut back to current. After Alonia said that is a lie, you feel a palpable tension, a string between the two of you tighten. She leans forward more. Have I been unkind?
No, you've shown me nothing but kindness. Understand that we also have to protect ourselves in the same way that you are offering this ring to protect me.
I do understand. How's this? I'll take two stories. I'll take the real one, why you're actually in Kurthus, why you've actually left Kurthus. And then I'll take the lie you'd like me to spread throughout Terrapine. The reason everyone thinks you'll have actually came. I'd do that for you for the truth.
And if for some reason I didn't agree, would that be a break in a deal?
No. I just tire of people who are boring. Not that you're boring, just that I get tired of mortals who won't have a conversation with me because they're too busy being frightened. I do hope you enjoy your box of shoes, though.
Well, don't you need payment?
I wouldn't mind.
Two stories.
I would consider that payment. Sure.
Okay. So, the first story. Let's say Kurthus decided to send out a bunch of castle kids to go on a journey to fulfill a prophecy. We may die, we may not, but they saw fit to send us. Second story. The castles decided that us merely studying the books about the wilds isn't enough. So they considered giving us some on-hand training.
I see. It is lovely to meet one of Kurthus's expedition scientists, then.
It's been a pleasure. Now, I know you said two stories, and that was payment, but I'd like to pay for them anyway.
That is fine. You'd sooner have better luck giving it to some orphan you see next. 7 gold means nothing to me. I do wonder What sort of grim prophecy leads you to Terrapine?
Promise of escape.
Yes. You mortals love escaping, don't you? All right. Well, Terrapine is an awfully terrible place to hide. If escape and harbor is what you're looking for. If you ever want to come tell me what you're looking for, my shop is always open. But, I take supporting other Genasi very seriously, which is why if you ever turn to go and ask entry into Terrapine, you would find that your Ilia Guild seal is already acquired. You, specifically. None of your friends. I care not for them. But your entrance has been covered. Seek no deaths else while you are in this city. Also, I meant to say Isis Fidelity, and I said Ilia, and I'm a clown. Isis Fidelity is the word I meant to say there.
And the ring, you wouldn't seek any payment for the ring?
No, that is just a kindness.
Then I'll return one kindness for another by simply saying good night.
You're learning.
Have a good teacher.
I hope you find a better one. And at that point, Alonia stands up. You see Alonia give a nod to Madam Mist at the counter. Gives a nod to you as well, Adriel, and says, "It was lovely meeting you."
Likewise. And she'll nod.
I will see you later. But I wouldn't wait to meet with the mistress if she's called on you. Even hours is an offense. And that is their last warning before they leave.
Edro looks at Current. What mistress is called on you?
I don't think any mistress has called on me.
What was the... We have to go talk to Brian. We have to go talk to Brian and
We
get
cut to
around.
the room. Morrow, the door shuts. Morrow is like pressed up against the doorway and looking at the three of you who are in the rest of this tavern. What is it?
I'm sorry, I was finishing my stress gummy. Brian is gonna look at Gideon and say, playing along with this thing that Gideon has started doing. And say, babe, will you help me take my shirt off?
Sure, babe.
Oh my god. I said I was not interested.
It's not a sex
Calm
thing.
down.
Relax.
You wish.
It's not a sex thing.
Gideon helps Brian show
So we
the
pull my
scar.
shirt off. And she's gonna turn and like show her back tomorrow.
Oh my, the goddess.
I was hoping Ysera could heal it. It's a flux wound. You can probably tell that. Am I leaking again?
You want to
Kid?
know what I hate, Belia?
What?
I hate the seven is an exaggeration, the 4 nights a week when I am laying in bed with my fiance and some sort of Fidelian garbage captain wakes my entire household up because Ystera needs to heal them. Usually they have much more money than you do, but yes, I will go wake her because I know she would be sad if I said no. Mara says. They turn and they fling the door open, and they like pretty much run into Adriel and Current, but Morrow just kind of just walks past you elegantly.
Brian is standing half naked with their arms like covering their chest, facing Gideon, with their back to the door.
Oh, hello? Are we interrupting?
Feels like we're
showing
interrupting.
wounds.
It feels
Not
like we're
this.
interrupting.
No, we were showing Brian's back wound to a stranger in hopes that their
Not a
fiance will heal it.
stranger. I hate it here.
I have a question, Brian.
Yes, Elle? Gideon, can you help me put my shirt back on?
Yeah.
Do
Gideon's
any of the
helping
guild
Brian.
masters go by mistress?
Why?
I don't know. Current, do you want to explain what I don't know Alonian's name, what the Genasi just told you?
The Genasi from the shoe store
Yep.
mentioned a
Yes.
mistress?
Yep.
Said that we shouldn't keep the mistress waiting if we've been called on.
Because Current has the Isis fidelity seal for her only.
Is this the same one that wanted to meet with me? Sampira?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember, like, an hour ago, how we were attacked by an assassin? So what happened before that was that someone else that Gideon made friends with at the bar, because apparently that's their new thing, told us that the mistress was interested in me.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was killed, and the new assassin took her place and asked about Gemma.
Okay, great. So here's what we're gonna do. And there's like an eerie calm to Adriel right now. She's not having it. I'm done with this secret keeping. I'm done.
I wasn't keeping secrets.
I
I told you we were attacked.
You did not tell me the truth and the whole truth, which is a lie. I'm done with the secret keeping. If we are on a team, if we're doing this together, I need the information. Because otherwise, I'm just fucking out there making choices that don't make sense.
There's a lot of secrets in Terrapine, Adriel.
I'm not talking about the secrets in Terrapine, Brian. I'm talking about the secrets between the 5 of us. Had I known
You're right.
that Gideon was meeting with people at bars and that we'd known about the mistress thing.
I'm sorry that it slipped my mind after I was attacked by a woman
I
who turned
know.
into a snake.
I'm not mad about you being attacked, Brian. It's fine. Okay. What do we do?
And if you want to be mad about secrets, well,
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm just saying.
No, Brian, what's...
There's probably a lot of those on that ship. So that's either something you need to get good with, or you're going to need to start figuring out some way to get people to actually tell you what's going on.
Oh my god, Brian.
Adriel turns to Gideon. Adriel immediately turns to Gideon. What the fuck is Brian talking about, Gideon?
I don't know, Brian. I feel like your whole job was keeping secrets.
I didn't
You
say
know
there were
what?
secrets that were being kept. I'm saying that if Adriel's worried about secrets,
Sometimes we make promises to people, Brian, and we do our best to keep them. I don't know.
Adriel is
Maybe
losing her
that's
mind.
just
Adriel's
me.
losing her mind.
Okay. You know what? Fine. I'm done. Guess what, everybody? Hey, everybody, guess what? Come here, because I have to whisper it. I'm not joking. Come here. Gideon beckons everyone.
Adriel goes
Come here.
closer to Gideon.
Hey, everyone. I literally can't do this anymore. Julian, Misha is Julian. Julian's Misha. Misha's Julian. And they said a bunch of really nice, beautiful romantic stuff as they begged me to keep their secret, and they could never know that I liked them. And I said, fine. I said, fine. I'll keep your secret. I'll do it for you, Misha. And then they ran off. And they ran off. And
You don't know that they ran off. I haven't told you that.
I know. I don't know where they are. Gideon's like, I don't know where they are. Brian maybe knows. Brian was the last one alone with them. But Adriel, I wanted to tell. I told them to tell you. I said, tell Adriel. Adriel's cool. Adriel's down. Adriel will do it. Adriel will lie for you. And then Misha was like, oh, I'll be a broken-hearted fool, or I don't know, a bunch of really beautiful stuff about you. And I felt terrible, and they made me promise. And then they ran off. That's it. That's the big secret. That's it.
Adriel doesn't say anything. Adriel's shaking and doesn't say anything for a second.
Well, no, you just found out that you've been like hanging out with the crown prince for a while. How you feel?
What the fuck is going on? So wait.
We got on a ship with a bunch of castle kids, and this is what's happening. I'm sorry, Winona.
But not only, wait, literally somebody, like literal royalty has been on this, and we brought them down to and they're gone.
Nobody knows
and they're just gone.
Current, you think of the night of the assassination attempt in the gardens. You were the last person to be with Misha before the attempt took place. You were the only one who ever heard Misha confess of their adoration for Adriel.
Current is angry. I think I'm going to go over closer to Adriel and kind of just, if you don't mind, like just help, like just put a hand just to like stabilize you, because I can see you visibly shaking. Yeah, I think Kern's quiet right now, but Kern is very, very, very angry, realizing that Misha's been here the whole time.
Adriel very slowly shakes her head and looks at Gideon and holds out like a hand to Gideon.
Gideon takes it.
I'm not mad at you. I love you. I'm not mad at you. This isn't your fault. I should like take a breath and just go. What the fuck? What the fuck am I doing here? What the fuck are any of us doing here? What the fuck was the point? What the fuck even was the point? And she'll let go of Gideon's hand. The fuck is the point of us coming down to the wilds if they were just gonna follow us down to the wilds anyway? And she like, you can see that there's like a tear that just like falls. At least on Kurthis,
will kill you faster than the Fae.
at least in Kurthis they were safe. At least in Kurthis I wouldn't have to worry about them dying from a Fae wound or smoke that makes you not love anymore, or any of the magical plants, or having their body inhabited. Oh my god, I curse them. Oh my god, I curse them. Oh, the Ilia can see through them. I curse them. Oh my god. And she's like pacing now. She's fully like fucked up now. she's like retracking everything that's happened since they've been on this ship.
And I think Current's going to try to get Adriel's attention, try to kind of break Adriel out of this kind of spiral and just say, Adriel, look at me. Misha chose this.
And she for the first time ever, Current, in you trying to comfort Adriel, she like visibly like shy, like crunches to like get away from you touching her. What happened to this PC? One of my monitors just shut off. Oh, there we go. It's like hello. Yeah, she is going to shy away from you touching her.
Okay. And Current's going to see that and step back to give Adriel space.
I'm gonna I need air. I'm gonna go stand outside or something.
Can somebody please go with you?
I'm not gonna go I'm literally just gonna stand right outside the bar. I'm not going anywhere.
I understand that, but Karthus or Terrapide at night is fucking dangerous, Adriel. Somebody needs to go with you. So who do you want it to be?
You can come with me.
Okay.
And she'll start going downstairs.
You go to open the door, and Maro and Ystira are standing in front of it. Ystira's got like sleepy eyes. She's this beautiful furbolg woman. She's also pretty like picturesquely tall with Maro. They make a very beautiful couple together. She's got that like furbolg nose, but it's got this like pinky blush to it. And this beautiful almost lavender cornflower blue hair. But she's got sleepy eyes. You can tell she's just woken up. And she's got like a really long like trench coat, but like a formal one, right? Like a really formal like long jacket that goes down to her ankles, and she kind of has it like wrapped around her and tied around her waist. You probably bet that she's wearing pajamas underneath it. And she says, Elia?
Brian looks kind of visibly taken aback for a second, and then she like stands up as tall as she can. And she says, Hey, Ystira, sorry to wake you.
I thought you were dead.
Who told you that?
I assumed that was the only way you would never speak to me for several years. That was really mean, and I'm sorry. Are you okay?
No. Adriel, this is Ystira. She can heal the wound on my back.
Perfect. Adriel will say and like nod politely. It's nice to meet you.
Can you help me take this off so that she can see it?
Yes. And Adriel will take the shirt off.
I think
She
Brian,
holds her
like,
hand
moves
up.
back into the room to like.
Yeah, you go
out of the
to
hallway.
do that, and Ystira holds her hands up and says, Please don't. We'll step into the room. Maro can come with me. I ask for privacy.
Yeah.
Continue.
So privacy, so everybody has to clear out. Katie May.
Mm-hmm.
So Winona, Current, and Gideon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Okay.
Winona, Curran, and Gideon are pretty much ceremoniously kicked from the room.
Okay.
Adriel as well, goodbye. And Maro and Ystira are left in the room with Brian.
Thank you for coming. I'm sorry. Mara told me you're engaged. Congratulations. That's great.
Ystira gives you almost like a sad, supportive smile. Like, you know, in the way it's like, oh, thank you for saying that. I know it probably wasn't easy to say. And she sort of gives you like a smile and says, go ahead and lay down on your stomach, please.
Okay. Brian does.
Those don't look like smugglers.
They're not.
They also don't look like kids.
They're not.
They also don't look like people you would call your friends.
That's more complicated.
You've just never been fond of the animated type.
Yeah.
She quietly comes down. She just cuts through your shirt. R.I.P. to your shirt. Some sort of like, I imagine that like some sort of ring on her finger turns into the small pair of like fabric scissors as she cuts up on it. And she says, babe, did you bring my bag? And Marla says, yeah, babe. And kind of like pulls this like duffel out and like sets it down on the other bed and like zips it open. And says, are you in danger? Stop laughing. You're knitting the wound.
What answer do you want to that question, Ystira?
The honest one, preferably, Brine.
When have I ever been honest a day in my life?
I don't know. Ask your ex.
That's you.
Oh, you're right. No, honesty's not been your usual forte.
Mm-mm.
And Brian doesn't see this, but I think that we as an audience watch Ystira cut into her hand and squeeze it over this mortal and pestilence she's looking with. This is an intense magic she started working on.
I made a mistake. It happens.
Colossal wounds aren't mistakes, Ryan.
It's not a wound from a colossal, at least not originally.
This has a colossal's touch to it.
Yeah. Do you want the whole story or you want the short version?
I don't want the whole story. I'll take the short version.
I was attacked on Kurthis by what I now believe to be a fae. They sliced me open. It took 2 months to heal. That was about 1.5 years ago. I was on a ship on the way to Terrapine. There was a flux storm. I made eye contact with the colossal and the wound reopened.
They can do that if the weapon was fey touched.
Yeah, I remember.
Must not have, or you wouldn't have let the colossal see you, wouldn't you?
It was a difficult moment.
They usually are with you, Brine.
What is that
you-
supposed to mean?
I'm sorry. I thought we were lovingly taking shots at your constitution as I stitched your back up for free.
If you want payment, Ystira, I'll give it to you.
I don't want your money.
It's not my money, it's the crown's money.
I
Take as
seek
much as you
none
want.
of the crown's money either. What are you? You feel the grip on your back kind of tighten, and she says,
I kind of
"What
flinch
are
a little.
you doing with the crown's money, Belia?"
It's not my name anymore.
Then what is your true name?
I'll go by Brian.
That fits better.
Thanks. I thought so too.
Doesn't explain why royalty gave you money. Rhine doesn't strike me as a trustworthy name.
There's some who would disagree with that. Whether or not that's the smart move, I don't know.
I'm not
Haven't been
asking
doing
about...
a particularly good job since we got here, so.
You have a gaping wound in your back, Brian. I don't consider that a roundabout success.
Definitely not.
Why do you have the crown's money?
You want the whole story? Or do you want the short version?
You hear a pause. You still can't see her. Her touch is familiar on your body. She says, I'll take the whole story on that one. Pass me the ceremony dagger, babe.
I had a job at the castle. There was a ball happening. It was pretty easy. Get in, get the target, get out. But I was spotted. And she tracked me down a couple days later to smuggle a friend out of a sticky situation. And then we started meeting up for cards once a month. And I forgot what it feels like to have someone that you're in love with rip your heart out and step on it.
She
So
lets
I
down.
fell in love.
She lets out just like a low, like hearty chuckle, and she says, "I wasn't expecting this to be a love story." As you
It's
continue.
not. And her beloved is a chosen one because, of course, that's how that story ends for me. So she was selected to come into the wilds and track something down for the beloved crown. So I'm here because apparently, even after all this time, I don't know how to control myself. And I promised I'd keep them alive. And so far, I have been knocked out cold for 3 days because of a fucking fey wound. And I let one of them make a deal with a flux. So I'll take your smarmy comments, Ystira, as long as you're healing me so that I can at least try to get this back on track.
I think it's more off track than you realize, Brian.
In what way?
Half of Isis Fidelity already knows your name. You feel a cold balm on your back.
Isis Fidelity. There might have
Yes,
been a
my
time I was interested in
guilt.
joining them. Guess that
I
ship
know.
sailed, didn't it?
I'm not the one who shut that door, Brian.
Really?
We can talk about who shut that door at a later date.
No, I don't think we can, because you're getting married in a week, right?
At that point, Morrow from leaning against the door says, correct. And you feel like Ystira's hands on your back soften.
Brian
Man.
melts into the bed a little bit.
Simpira's left us her whole mansion.
You must be high up then.
I'm the only one in all of Terrapine who can heal wounds like this.
Why is she looking for me?
2 weeks ago, it was just because you were on the... Sorry, 1 month ago, time is passing quickly. It was just because you were on the short list for the serpents. Because I put you on that list.
How long have you been engaged, Ystira?
10 months.
When did you put me on the list?
3 months ago.
Why?
Because I heard a really beautiful story about a halfling named Brian. I thought I was helping carve a path for your future.
By asking me to come back to a place where there's no one for me?
No, just having the door open for when you return.
Why did you think that was inevitable? What
Something
incentive
about
did I
people.
have to come back here?
You can scrub terrapine from your skin as long as you want, Brian. There are some things that don't leave our bones.
Is that a confession?
You wish.
No, I stopped doing that a long time ago.
No, instead you're foolhardy in love. I like that. Keep it. So I assume Gemma Vario must be your hired captain. Not a hard conclusion to come to, but tell me if I'm wrong.
She doesn't say anything.
And all of Isa is cannibalizing itself to get a shot at her.
Yeah, what's up with that? What did she do?
Piss Nakia off.
Who's Nakia?
A guildmate. And you sense that wall hit. My guild is my family. My mom died last year.
I'm sorry. She was a good woman.
Your father came to her funeral.
I'm sure he did. Where is my father, Ystira?
I don't know.
Can I roll an insight check?
Yeah.
Natural 20.
There's more to that. It is a truth in technicality.
You know who does, though, don't you?
Against my better judgment, I let him hide for a week in
A
my
week?
home.
That's generous.
Something about you turns me that way. You feel a searing pain as the first stitch enters your skin. Those words not said loud enough for Morrow to pick up, just feet away.
And where did he go after he left yours?
One of your friends?
I don't have
Picked him up?
friends in Terrapine.
Some Hawkmongress asshole. What was... Babe, what was his name? Morrow just says, Gavron. Asshole.
Brian doesn't outwardly react to that. But she says, he is an asshole. You
Well,
trusted
we
my
found a
father to him?
First thing to... No one else rescued him, Brine. The pierce of the needle in your skin as she threads another stitch. You didn't come knocking, did you?
Do you know who framed my father?
Why should I?
because you're apparently very, very close to your mistress. And you don't get very, very close to your mistress without knowing everything that goes on in this city.
If Sinpira knew, there wouldn't be a 5-star. It's
5 stars.
Yes, did you not see the wanted posters? Your father's ransom is supported and founded by all 5 guilds.
Yep. And whose
I
fault
can't
is
think
that?
the last time. Babe, when was the last time that happened? Maro says
Do you
20 years
often
ago.
have to ask your fiance to affirm your opinions on things? I don't remember that about you. Last time I saw you, you were mighty confident in your knowledge.
You hear a thunk as Ystira sets something down and is no longer hovering over you. You hear, Mara, will you give us a moment? All you hear is the opening and shutting of the door. And then you hear, what is your problem? By the
Right.
goddess Brine, Mara woke me up to
And you
come and
came.
fix you. Yes.
You didn't have to.
I don't have to do anything I don't want to.
So you wanted to come.
You didn't ask anyone else.
I would have if you hadn't shown up. You're not the only person I know in this town who can heal a wound like this. I chose you because I knew you would do it right.
If they don't do it right, then they're not really doing it, are they?
Guess not, but I won't have to find out, will I?
Can you stop being such a smarmy dick while I'm trying to heal your back? You feel her get back to work on you. I am holding a needle against your skin. Brine, how hard would it be for a thank you for healing me and coming to me in my time of need, even though your fiance finds it super suspicious and you're getting married next week? Oh, thank you for taking the nice time out of your life. And also, wow, you held my father while he was being hunted by 5 guilds. Thanks for that too. Wow, all these things you've done to pick up the mess that I've left in your absence. Thank you, Ystira. How kind of you. That would be better than whatever the fuck this is.
I told you I wanted forever with you, and you told me that you weren't interested. So remind me, whose mess?
Was Belia a person you would have wanted forever with?
Clearly not.
Then I guess we're in agreement.
I didn't come here to fuck up your life, Ystira.
No, that happens on accident.
Your fiance. I didn't come here to ruin your wedding that's a week out.
None
I
of
didn't
your
know that any of
misgivings
this
are
was
ever
happening.
purposeful. Brian, we know that about you. It's all accident and coincidence and fumbling. No grace.
No, that's your department.
Yes, whoever stitched this up before needs some work.
She's an old woman in Kurthus. Knew enough about the Fae to keep them off my back for the last 2 years.
Explains the shaky hand.
She was kind when I probably didn't deserve it.
You have that way with people.
How long did you wait before you moved on?
Mara waited for me to be ready.
How long?
Seven months.
Remind me, how many years were we together? 2 decades? 3? I know we were kids, but 7 months?
You weren't here.
And
It
whose
didn't
fault is
matter.
that?
I didn't kick you out of Terrapine.
No.
You left
You
in the
ripped
dark
the rug out
of
from
the
under
night.
me. What was I supposed to do? My
I don't
mother
know.
was
Be
dead.
broken
My
up with
father
like
was
a real
grieving.
person would be broken up with. We both just admitted to each other that you were not a person who should be in a relationship.
I didn't know that at the
And
time.
suddenly, I am the blame, the center, the nice, kind lady who is everything.
Nice, kind lady. Yep. Thank you for healing my back, Yastira. I appreciate it. And like I said, I'll pay you if that's what you want. But if you came out here,
your money.
what do you want?
Nothing. How's it feel to have someone in your life who doesn't want a goddamn thing from you?
Why is Mara so worried about me being here?
If there's anything left of what we had, meet me at the Blushing Pear at midnight.
How else was I supposed to get you here? Also, it's interesting that you know what the note said because they brought it back to me and told me that you were still asleep in your bed.
Yeah, I was in the coach. She was lying.
Interesting. So you chose to come even before she came in and tried to intimidate me. Which, by the way, didn't work.
We know that's not the truth.
Why are you here, Yastira?
To heal your back, Brine.
Why? What's in it for you?
I don't know. Maybe you'd slip, say something about Gemma. Maybe you'd accept the bid to become an assassin. Maybe you would have gotten on your knees and begged for me back.
If I'm getting on my knees, it's not going to be to beg.
Your lover isn't in the room, need I remind you?
So what happens if I take this bid?
Oh, it's been rescinded with your father?
Then why put it on the table?
It wasn't.
I disagree. You wouldn't have brought it up if it wasn't still a possibility. I know you better than that.
I mean, you could leverage it when you meet with Simpira, which, by the way, you're 3 hours late for.
I imagine she'll give me a little bit of grace, though, if you show up to that meeting with me, right?
Yeah, she'd be quite nice.
Could be just like old times. Could be fun, even.
You insult me and then ask me to tie myself to an anchor?
You know what's interesting is that you used to tell me I wasn't, what was the word that you used to use? Oh, that's right. I wasn't reckless enough. I was boring, right? Is this boring? Are you bored?
Not at all.
I need entrance into Terrapine. I'm looking for a map. I'll meet with your mistress.
There are a lot of maps in Terrapine.
You gotta give me a little if you want more than that.
I don't owe you anything. Another stitch in your back. She's nearing the end. We both get to be different people now. I'm a different person now.
I want to believe you. But you still came running when I asked.
Then I guess we can call this our final mistake.
Does that mean you're coming with me to meet your mistress?
No, it does not.
Sad.
For you.
No.
I don't want to be there if she decides to kill you the second she realizes you're more trouble than you're worth.
Is that how you feel?
Am I wrong?
I don't know. You're the one who's healing me when you could have just let me die.
My mistress is seeking you, is she not? This is technically the will of the guild.
Technically.
Technically.
Mm-hmm. Not so technically.
Technically. She's got about 3 stitches left.
So what happens now?
You rest your back for 2 to 4 days to let the stitches heal. Unless you go to, oh my god, what's her name? St. Barbara's on the 2nd. You'll have to get into Terrapine Greater. She has a potion that can speed up stitch healing. I ran out this morning.
Can I do another insight check?
Yeah.
An 11.
She seems to be telling the truth.
Okay.
Now, I would ask Morrow for some of hers, but you've been nothing but a dick to her, so I probably won't do that.
How about a wedding gift?
Huh. Again, I don't need or want anything from you, Brian.
Maybe a fiance does.
Do you know who Morrow is?
Yeah, well enough.
Then you know that they don't need anything from you.
I told you I wouldn't dock in your doorstep again, and I realized that I have done exactly that, and I've already asked you for a favor.
In extreme poetry, darken your doorstep.
Yeah,
You act
well.
like your presence is a coming plague.
It is. If you can
I
get
see.
me,
The boringness is gone. The persecution complex remains. I think it's cute.
get me into Terrapine, I'll meet with your mistress, and I'll tell you what I know about Gemma. But me and the 4 you just kicked out of this room get into Terrapine first thing
Here's
tomorrow.
the thing, honey. You've been gone for a while. You're bad at deals now.
Still using that pet name for me?
I don't need information about Gemma. I have no interest in entering the ring. I'm
But your
Fidelity's
mistress
healer.
wants information, so technically the guild wills it, right?
She does not seek that information from
What
you.
does she seek from me?
That's the will of my mistress, not mine. What I'm telling you is that you will meet with Sampira whether you'd like to or not, whether the entrance is one by open halls or one by hoods in the back of a car. That is your choice. I don't care how Sampira gets you, but she will. We both know that. We know her power in this city. I suggest it be on good terms. However, if you do manage to get yourself captured under her name, I'm sure I will place some sort of well regard to the prisoner, like keepers who are watching over you, Brian. Now, the other thing that I don't need from you is information about Gemma. I have no interest in this civil war that is happening in Fidelity. I am neutral. Please do not tell me. I would not like to be killed for it.
I think if you were that concerned about being killed, you probably wouldn't be here in the first place.
I seek to indulge my curiosities every now and then. Can you blame me?
Is she done stitching my back?
Yeah, in that moment she's finished. You feel those same scissors come back and she cuts the stitch. You hear her say, all right, just another balm and we're done. This part's the magic, so don't get scared. And you hear some sort of dark incantation. The lights flicker in the room. This is something Ystira did not possess when you were still with her. She always had the natural inclination of an incredible hero, but it has now been trained underneath one of the longest living people in Acramon, perhaps the oldest mortal. And the rite finishes. You hear her say, ow. And then you feel, this time, an incredibly hot balm on your back that stings.
Brian, I think, kind of grits her teeth and like groans a little bit, like arches her shoulders, and then when the balm has been like fully applied, she's gonna like sit up.
When you sit up, she says, 10 hours no combat, 2 days for full heal.
Unless I get this magic ointment right.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure if you said please, Mara might say yes.
Ystira?
Mm-hmm.
I never expected you to pick up the pieces, but thank you.
Tornadoes never care about their wake. Are we done here?
Yeah. We're done. But if Mara's willing to give up that ointment, I'd be grateful.
Ask her yourself.
Send her in.
And she walks over, drops the now blood-stained dagger into the duffel bag, slowly fastens it once more, puts it over her shoulder.
Is this it?
I'll send Murrow in.
Okay.
And though her hand lingers on the door for a moment, she opens it and leaves. One moment passes to you hear muffled
When
voices.
she leaves, Brian kind of like does this and then like balls her hand into a fist and puts it back at her side.
I love Pride and Prejudice. We continue. After a long moment, Morrow like opens the door, not like comes inside, but opens the door and stands in the doorway, and says, "Ystira said you wanted something."
She said you have a bomb that might heal up that might speed up the healing on these stitches. What do you want for it?
She looks at her little like gauntlet, and she kind of like plucks one of the vials from it and says, "Yeah, right here."
What do you want for it?
I don't do deals.
May I please
Morrow
have some
holds it out.
ointment, Morrow?
Oh, there's the please. Ystira told me to wait for that. Morrow holds it out.
Brian takes it. Do you know how often I'm supposed to apply this?
Once, it'll be good by the morning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Congrats again. She's a good one.
biggest catch in all of Terrapine. And she nods and turns around and leaves. You watch as she meets. You can kind of look like through, like right through the like cut of the door. You see her come and sort of like wrap her arm around Ystira's waist, and Ystira like sleepily leans into her. And they walk down the stairs.
Can Gideon quickly as they're leaving?
Didn't you go outside, Gideon?
I don't know. I left the room. Is that I was
Yeah,
gonna
I think
say,
we left the room. We didn't
something.
actually go outside. We didn't end up going outside.
I love the idea of all of you like in the hallway, like trying to like.
Well, okay, because when Maro left, Maro would have seen you all like standing there like the fucking Olsen twins, like fucking. So are you like standing right outside the door?
No, I think I
No,
drew from
I
the
think
corner.
Gideon's just chilling in the hallway. It's like
corner.
a comfortable distance, just like waiting for it to be over politely.
Okay, so you are all off here in this far corner. Okay. Yeah, so you two then watch Ystira and Maro like go to walk down the stairs. Unless direct intervention is happening? No?
I think.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, no. That's what I'm asking
Yeah,
for you,
Gideon, what
Gideon.
do you
Are
need?
you
yeah. It's just a small moment, but I think Gideon
Okay.
goes, "Oh, I know you're not supposed to say this, but thank you. I know this wasn't fun, so."
Ystira like looks at you with like an act of like completely being startled. And I think like Gideon, since you're like in the hallway, you almost didn't catch that like the door was still open, but Brian, you do hear that. And she gives you a startled look and she says, "Oh, you're probably Brian's partner?"
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we came down here together.
Lovely. You're welcome.
Have a good night.
And Ystira like sort of separates herself from Maro for a second, and she sort of walks over to stand in front of Gideon. And she pulls 2 gold pieces out of this like pocket, which you can now actually kind of guess is probably Maro's jacket. And she says, she like takes the 2 gold pieces and she puts them like in your hand. And she says, "That's for a drink when you need it. Have fun with Brian." Turns around and leaves.
Woof.
Brian, you hear that too.
Gideon, I think Brian kind of like goes out, like goes into the doorway and just like looks down the hallway and just goes, "Can somebody help me put this ointment on my back so we can leave this place?"
Yeah.
And like that, it's like you look into the camera. You say, "Can somebody put this ointment on my back?" and on that, the camera begins to zoom out. Players, are there any last actions you would like to take before the evening ends?
I think I want to talk to Brian and Gideon about Julian. Quickly.
That's a next time.
Okay.
That's a next time.
That's fine.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Any last emergency things before we wrap tonight?
Mm-mm.
Beautiful. Then headphones off. Oh, chat. We've spoken so much of chaos this evening. Of the civil war between Fidelity, the war that Luso has just been asked to enter. We speak of assassins who kill in Nakia's name. We see Misha. Deep eye contact with this lion creature. We've chosen to attempt to speak. It takes Misha a second to find their voice, but they say, "You're not Flux." There's a long moment, and then the lion shakes its head. Misha grows more confused. That's celestial on your body. That means you would be divine. The lion sits for a moment and then nods. And then, in a moment, a foolhardy moment that only Misha is capable of, they say, I need the gods' help. And then a perfect, deep voice booms. If it is help you seek, then you shall find it.